Hey y'all, how y'all doing? Good morning. We here. How y'all doing this morning? Nice. Happy Monday morning. I hope all is well with you and yours. Welcome to Burgundy Blue Commentary. We're going to talk about when we want to talk about it, when we feel like talking about it. So if you guys, as you come into the room, hit the like button. And I want to talk about okay. First of all, let me do some housekeeping. Please like, comment, and subscribe. And if you can, we have a $10 goal, and we have our little tip jar up in there. And this Cash App Burgundy Blue. Oh, it should be Burgundy Blue Con. it went on the other page. Okay. So let's talk about it, y'all. Gosh. Okay. So I was debating. So yesterday, I had to work a little bit yesterday, but then yesterday, I had two of my friends, they took me out for my birthday because, it was a little delay because I had a lot of stuff going on. So finally, I had to relax. I overate, you guys. I overate yesterday. So I came home. I really couldn't sleep right away. So I looked up some stories and I saw Peach McIntyre was trending. And if you guys don't know who Peach McIntyre is, she's a social media influencer. But how she started her journey was she was trying to get out of the projects with her. I think at the time it was 6 kids. Now she has 9 kids. She has 9 kids, and she made herself a millionaire by social media. So to me, I call Peach McIntyre, she's like a shock content creator. Like she'll do content like, y'all ever heard of Peach McIntyre? Let me know. She does content like, one day she was at Walmart and she saw a condom wrapper in her car, and her husband she said her husband was cheating on her, and everybody ran over there. Then the next thing was she did. She was pregnant with twins, and so she would always have her belly out, but people like, she's not pregnant, she's just fat. And then poop, she came out with 2 kids, right? 2 twin kids, and her husband, her whole thing is her husband cheating on her. She pay all the bills, she can't work, so now she was getting evicted. Hey Keefus, hey Miss Indians, hey Gardens, Wyoming gal, everybody, good morning. So she is a shock content creator, if you ask me. So Keefus, you know what I'm talking about? Like, I'd be shaking my head like, but this is the crazy thing about Peach. People call CPS on her all the time. I feel really bad about her when they do that, because social media, like, she teaches you how to make money on all content platforms. So TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, she teaches you how to get monetized on all those platforms, and she makes a lot of money, you guys. I think last month she showed us how she made $30,000 on YouTube a month, and just on people being nosy. And then on TikTok she made like 17,000. Then she did like a course that was only $10, and she made $19,000. So she's transparent about how much she makes on social media, which is why, if you guys are looking at the thumbnail, I included Tiffany Henyard in this discussion. And you probably like, what does Tiffany Henyard have to do with Peach? A lot. And the Detroit mom and dad. So bear with me. We're going to land this plane and connect the dots. Okay. So Peach, she like shocks people. Like, her first video got 5 million views. She breastfed her baby on live. 5 million views like in a week. And YouTube didn't take it down because for nudity or anything. I mean, she's literally breastfeeding the baby. You can see it. I mean, totally, like nipple and all. And YouTube couldn't take it down because it was nudity, but it was like informative content. So she knows how to get around all of those things. If people attack her, take her page down and everything. So bringing up Peach McIntyre. So the other day I logged in and I saw a YouTuber going live in Zoom. Have you guys heard that before? So my blueberries that's been with me for a minute, you guys already know where I'm going with this, right? So she had eviction court, and all of these people, now she's going to explain it, but all these people hurried up and logged in to watch her demise. Now Peach just on the 21st showed us she got $30,000. And this is the other thing. She says she has a gambling addiction. Do I think she's transparent and true? Yes. But she has a gambling YouTube channel where she also makes thousands of dollars just showing people. And she be playing pennies. And I'm like, I wonder if she really has a gambling addiction or if she if she really is using this as a social media ploy. I don't know. But she does everything. So, and it's like to shock people because people just want to get in her comments like, oh, you ain't nothing, you the worst. And she just makes money. So, Peach went to eviction court. Now, this has to be real because it was public knowledge. And this makes me think of the Thornton Township and Dalton drama. Just because I'm here, I sort of am like, why are people so fascinated with this stuff? And like I said, I know how to make money on YouTube. If this wasn't my hometown, like let me tell you something. I think I'm gonna cover that Fulton County mayor since nobody else is. I need to go down there and go tape a board meeting myself. I need to really be there and just live stream a board meeting myself, like y'all, because people that live in Fulton County, they won't even live stream the board meeting. They won't even go down there but they're all up here. They'll fly up here to Dalton and want to know what we got going on. And it's so funny to me. So, let's hear from Peach. So she's getting evicted. She's on social media, and these people just want to watch what was going to happen. Let's talk about it. Because she's in Florida, and Florida don't play that, okay?
Public information. Oh, patch. I had eviction court today. The Zoom information was public information. Over 40 people signed into the Zoom besides me, the attorney, and the property manager.
She talking about 40 people. Anybody recall who was in my live stream from court?
The attorney.
She talking about 40 people. I wish. 40 people. 40 people. And it's so funny because people now that they know, like through Tiffany, they're like, ooh, it's public information. We can do this, we can do that. It's so funny how the world is working. But only time will tell how this is gonna work out for everyone at the end.
Manager where I live. The judge was like, are we expecting this many people? I said no. They in here screen recording and screenshot and to put it on social media, which is not allowed. You know, that kind of stuff is prohibited. Even when you log into the Zoom, it tells you that. So the judge said, because that isn't allowed, he doesn't know who's screen recording and stuff. He's going to do the hearing in person. We have a couple different options. We could have continued, which I didn't feel comfortable continuing with people on their screen recording me, or
so she went to court, and I was in this YouTuber. This YouTuber went live saying Peach McIntyre eviction, and I went over there. I won't play it because I went over there just to say I know they're not live streaming this girl eviction, and they sure were. They were over there in the Zoom for views, and they had about 80 people in there or more, and they were over there live streaming Peach McIntyre eviction. For real, they were. And the judge shut it down. He said, I've never seen this many people in a Zoom before. I don't feel comfortable continuing. Let's go. So let's hear Pete. Like he said, y'all got to come in person because he did not want this all over social media, which Judge Burrito, shout out to you.
Social media, which is not allowed. You know, that kind of stuff is prohibited. Even when you log into the Zoom, it tells you that. So the judge said, because that isn't allowed, he doesn't know who's screen recording and stuff. He's going to do the hearing in person. We have a couple different options. We could have continued, which I didn't feel comfortable continuing with people on their screen recording me, or we could do it private, like a private one with a new code or whatever, or an in-person hearing. I said in-person hearing, and so my landlord's attorney was upset. He said that I was doing this as a tactic to like delay the eviction process, to stall out. And I said that I'm not. So Peach Patch, I done paid over $11,000 to the court's depository. If I was paying the money, why would I continue on to stall? Y'all sending me requests talking about y'all want to get y'all money, but y'all won't tell the judge that. You're just sending it to my email address, but you won't tell the judge that because you want to keep my money and kick me out. But we'll let the judge decide. So the attorney was trying to tell people like, hey, if you guys get off the Zoom, we can go ahead and continue. If you guys just leave the meeting, we can continue.
Y'all, he sure did. I wish I could play it. They were trying to get these people off the Zoom. it was ridiculous. So they were like, if you get off the Zoom. So I was in a YouTuber's Zoom trying to listen to see what was happening, right? So I wasn't in the Zoom recording, but I was listening, being nosy. And I wanted to see how this was gonna play out, because the judge was like, wait, why are these people in a Zoom for an eviction hearing? Are y'all expecting this many people? And so the lawyer was like, if y'all just go ahead and close out, we don't have to go through this. Y'all, do you know what these folks said? Nah, this public information. Nah, we have the right to be here. We got the freedom of press. And they were like, it's a Zoom. And you're not supposed to be screen. Well, how you know we screen recording? It was crazy. It was crazy, all because Peach McIntyre was getting evicted. Now, she documents everything in her life, so she documented. So she was not even 30 days late. After the 5 days in Florida, they can give her 5 days notice. So they gave her that 5-day notice. That was sort of like the Tiffany Henyard situation and Kamal. They weren't even a month late, and she filed eviction, right? So they went, because it's legal. You can give them that 5-day notice. So she gave them a 5-day notice, and Peach had the rent, but they wouldn't accept the rent. They said you have to give the rent to the court because we're already going to evict you. Like, it was like on the 15th day she came up with all the rent, and they were like, nope, you got to put it in the court. So she had to pay past due rent, and then I think it was past due rent, the current rent, and a future month's rent. And her rent was like $3,400 a month, and then court fees and all of that stuff. So let's continue. Now, why Peach don't own her own house, she tells you that on story time too. And she says it's because she has a addiction and she's just not good with her money and all that stuff. And she has 9 kids, and she should just use this money and buy her a house outright.
And I spoke up for myself because I have great self-advocacy. Continue. If you guys just leave the meeting, we can continue. And I spoke up for myself because I have great self-advocacy skills. And I told the judge, whether people get off or not, the meeting is compromised. They're already on here. And the judge agreed. So I have an eviction hearing on Tuesday, February 18th, 2025 in person. And the judge did let them know, because they was in the comments complaining about how this is public knowledge. The news has a right to be there, da da da. The judge said, yeah, you guys have a right to be there in person. And you can't record. You can't record video. You can't record audio. You can't come in person and you can't record. You got to follow the rules of the courtroom. But I'm just shocked. It was nothing but black women. Nothing but black women. They're in the comments. They're literally telling the judge them she's trying to delay. She's living in a 3-bedroom with 9 kids. Her husband is a bum and she has 9 kids. She's bringing down the property value. Her and her kids are going to destroy your place. Black women. At that time, it was 30 of them. It was like 32 of them still remaining in the comments, just saying all kinds of stuff. Kick her out. I'm like, this shit is disgusting. But hey, it's life. I expect it, and I expect to continue to be phenomenal. So now that I know I don't have court until Tuesday, I'm going to do another class. Shop peachmcintyre.com. I have another $19 class on my website, peachmcintyre.com. And it's going to be this Sunday from 8 p.m. until 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I had to get out the coffin with my husband and kids because I'm so overwhelmed. I need a break. I told my husband, I need a break. I need a mental break. I need to go for a walk. This is my own mess that I created. I should have paid my rent on time instead of gambling my rent money. And I'm paying the price for that. Well, God damn. Thank you. I'm paying the price for that. But the fact that y'all really work for the devil. Oh my goodness. Now somebody, bitch, you evil. No, I'm evil after somebody provokes me. But y'all don't even know me. The fact that y'all just jealous that I'm phenomenal Peach. And as bad as I just want to curl up in a fetal position and cry, break down and cry, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to go to my rent office right now and go live and sell tickets to my class. I'm going to keep being phenomenal Peach. Even if the judge say I got to go, I just got to go. But I ain't going to be going broke, and I'm not going to be going without a fight. PeachMcIntyre.com.
Girl. And yeah, Peach. And I love the accountability too, Dawn. It she was like, this is my fault. I created my own mess. I did everything here for myself. And I mean, and she's right. I was looking at those comments. It was sort of like my live stream when I had court. They were in there acting like the court what do you call it? The court chat was YouTube or TikTok. It was so ignorant. It was like, this is not YouTube or TikTok. I had a meeting and we had to play back some of who was chatting in the live stream, just so people knew that this is me. I have a social media account and I'm on social media. And while it's streaming, you got someone over there on live streaming the same time. And right where the judge says, it was so crazy because I never really rewatched it. But right when the judge said, yeah, she could keep her screen off. Was anybody in the chat that day when I had court? Put a 1 in the chat if you were. It don't matter who chat you were in, but did you see my live stream for court? And when my lawyer said we don't want her to put her face on the screen because people are recording and live streaming. Why did another YouTuber, I was never a faceless YouTube channel ever. I used to come on camera all the time. But why did another YouTuber live stream and simultaneously say, here she is with my picture? A Black woman. Isn't that insane? A Black woman. And what Peach was saying, a Black woman that don't even know me. That's working for the devil. It is. Because it would be no reason, like me on here on YouTube, if I don't know anybody and I'm just out here judging you. That's why you never hear me really. I don't never down anybody or come for anybody. If you're not involved with politics and I'm only discussing your personal life. I never discuss. But a Black woman put me in danger for views. For views. And put herself in danger for views. Insane. Men don't have anything to do with this part. Women will tell each other apart. Yes. And that's why I want to bring up Tiffany Henyard in this. I love when I was listening to you on Conscious channel yesterday, Choose Compassion. You and Potato, great job. I loved when Potato brought up, and you were trying to Choose Compassion. Voice is just so beautiful. She be trying to she be trying to, and then people just be captivated by her voice. She be trying to tell us the right thing, but we be like, oh, we like your voice, Choose. We heard what you said though. And then when Potato got on there and he was like, it's no proof. Proof is no proof. It will be Black women steadily arguing and saying, but she stole the money. Where's the proof? Well, she got to prove it. Well, okay, if they said she stole the money, wouldn't it be easier if they just said, look, Dalton, here you have it. Tiffany Henyard has taken this money and cashed it. Y'all don't see anything wrong with the clerk being on the bank account for 4 years. Y'all will make every excuse because it's Tiffany's fault. You will make every excuse because it's Tiffany's fault. Yeah, it's so sultry. It is. Yeah. And it's like, okay, you know what? Y'all just check on us in a year. You same people screaming that, oh, the trustees couldn't get in. They don't know what's going on. They don't know. Tiffany took control over everything. And then they turned around and approved the firefighters contract. And now the firefighters are walking up and down the street for them. When you saw the same firefighters, hold on. I just want to show you something. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. Because it'll never you'll never see let me see if I can pull this up. This is gonna go. I want y'all to see where I'm gonna go with this. Hold on 1 second. The same firefighters was outside putting Tiffany on top of a firefighter truck, saying vote for her. The same ones. And what happened to the fire chief? Where the fire chief go? Yeah. Did Tiffany fire the fire chief? Y'all not asking where Chief McCain went, right? Hey, Potato. Good to see you. She sure should, Scott. She has a great voice. Who can anybody in the comments tell me what happened to Chief McCain? How he just gone and nobody told you? And now we have an interim fire chief. Where he come from? Did Tiffany hire him? Because they didn't let the police chief go. Or was that somebody that the trustees wanted? What happened to the fire chief? Okay, so we're going to go to the Detroit story and we're going to sort of mix this up because this is what touched my heart. This morning I was listening to, not this morning, yesterday I was listening to Anton Daniels, Messi Mashawn, and they had a lot to say. So this mom, you know, they give it to you straight, no chaser. And that's it. Like, let's play this part. Now, let's give a good example for the people out here because see, whoever did this smear campaign, they did a really good job of getting a hold of y'all head. And I can't help but think it was the PR company that started all this. I don't know. But then they could have gave it that much heat because y'all just took it. Y'all saw this girl. Oh, she got a wig. Oh, she young. She can't talk right. She had a wig, she was young, and she had the same grammar when she was trustee when they voted her in. But y'all don't want to credit anybody for that. Y'all blame everything else. Hey, Rosalind. Good to see you. Hey, beautiful. Okay. Ooh, Gardis. That's all I got. Oh, Gardis up in here. Gardis got saucy. Yes, Shoes is very beautiful. Shoes is just beautiful. So when you look at all of this stuff and these people, y'all just let it take legs. Like it doesn't matter what they tell you. The proof is Tiffany stole the money. Do y'all hold Mayor Lightfoot accountable for speaking at Tiffany inauguration, telling us what great thing? Why nobody played Mayor Lightfoot's speech about Tiffany? Why nobody play that? She stood in front of the whole room and said, "Oh, I took a couple of pictures with Tiffany, but Tiffany take pictures with a lot of people." Y'all didn't call out, well, what were you doing at Thornton Township speaking on her behalf 3 years ago? How did Tiffany Henry get Mayor Lightfoot down there to speak on her behalf? Or did Tiffany bring her in there? Or did the PR? Because now Mayor Lightfoot is here doing an investigation. Or did the trustees? I don't know. But how was Mayor Lightfoot here twice for two different reasons? One, to tell us how great Tiffany gonna be, and the next to tell us what Tiffany is allegedly doing. And what I love about it, Mayor Lightfoot's not no dummy. She sprinkled some jokes in there here and there, but she called out exactly what it was. She told us in that meeting who wasn't even qualified to hold positions, who had the credit cards and was spending the money. Even when she did that, what happened? Jason jumped in and said, "Oh, not him, not him." I thought this was an investigation, auditing. So I want to talk about Thornton Township and what's going on in Detroit. Has nothing to do with Thornton Township, but for some reason, everyone's so rich and famous these days. Everybody wants to talk about how we don't need this and that. We not a poor city. Thornton Township in the winter, where people get laid off, like construction workers get laid off this time of year, plant workers, different things like that because it's cold. And then some people got seasonal work. We're in Chicago. A lot of things happen here. We give out food boxes at Thornton Township. It's like a big public aid office. Tiffany was giving back a rebate to people, oh, you don't need that. You don't need food boxes. Tiffany gives out book bags, same time Frank Zuccarelli does, same ones. He used to do recipes. We don't need book bags. We don't need Christmas. We don't need food boxes. We don't need toys. And the same people are saying, hey, vote me in. For instance, Miss Stubbs right here. She's at the podium. You're going to hear from her mouth. I'm gonna let her words say it, not mine. She's asking to run for Thornton Township trustee, but she doesn't believe in the food giveaways, the rebates, the light heap, the CETA, the help burying your loved ones. None of that. After school programs, none of that. But she wants to run for Thornton Township trustee. Or maybe she believes in it, but she just hates Tiffany so much. And she's been on everybody's ticket. Shaw, Rogers. Now Henyard, now Napoleon Harris. Everybody ticket. It's like, you don't, which team you just jump all over. None of them have the same principles. But let's take a listen.
Approximately while she's sitting up here telling the residents that the trustees up here will not vote on giving you a tax rebate. If you think about it, the last one you received was probably, you might have received less. My taxes are extremely high here in Thornton Township. I received $35. So if you have, what is it, $2 million that you want to disperse upon 17 municipalities, think about it. Think about residents, how.
And I can't think about it because that's, now see how that's smoke and mirrors. 17 municipalities. We do have 17 municipalities. We only have a portion of Homewood. We only have a portion of Markham. We only have a portion of, what's the other one, guys? Tell me. It's like 3. I want to say Blue Island, but I could be wrong. Okay, but let's say that. Then you only get the rebate if you're a homeowner. A lot, I won't even give you a number because I can't be specific, direct with it. Harvey has bukus of apartment buildings. Riverdale, bukus of apartment buildings. Dalton, bukus of apartment buildings. So it's not just, it's going to be homeowners. Homeowners get the break. Not me that's renting an apartment or a house. No, homeowners. Not you, not everybody in the house. So me, choose, Dawn, we all share a house. It's the homeowner that get a rebate, not all of us going up there to get the rebate together. So yes, that will make a big difference to some people.
How much would you receive that she's sweating them to vote on it to make it look like she's doing something for the residents, and you're only going to receive $15. If you need $15, call me. I have it for you. Okay. You know, I'm not going to even entertain you 2 clowns over there. Excuse me, it's 3 clowns. I'm not going to entertain that. So if you need something, your time is up. Your time is up. Christmas, give me a call. I'm glad to furnish your family. Your time is up. Some food for what security? Bring security back. I am security. Thank you. All right, you will take.
So I hope that Trustee Stubbs, former Trustee Stubbs, I hope she's not having a fundraiser, right? Because she doesn't need a fundraiser to help her campaign. She definitely, if you need something, you could just call her at all, right? You don't have, so we shouldn't see a fundraiser from her. Yeah, we shouldn't see a fundraiser from over here at all. Because that would mean it just shouldn't be she don't need anything. Everybody, 17 municipalities can come to her for $15, and 17 municipalities can come to her to furnish their Christmas. She's straight. She's Strilla. Okay. let's go to the and remember, this is not the only one. Working on a compilation because she also did that at the back to school thing. She stood up there. If you need a book bag, I'll give your kids a book. Okay. All right. We should not see no fundraisers floating around. It should be all goody, right? All right. Let's go to this woman in Detroit. I brought that up because this is the same thing that is going on. Like right now, the young lady that is in Detroit and the 2 kids froze to death. I want to talk about that. Because it's very interesting that now she has a GoFundMe. Everybody came to help, but nobody would come and help her at all when she needed it the most, right? It's very hard. It's hard for me to even talk about it because I thought it was just really hurtful that she called everywhere looking for help. But I agree with a lot of people saying it's a bigger picture than what's going on there. This lady has 4 kids sleeping in a car in Detroit with her mother and her siblings. In a van, they don't even have enough gas to stay warm. Okay. And she called for help. And I was listening to, I think it was Messy. Shout out to Messy Michonne. But she had took this right out my head. Everybody's calling and saying this is Trump's fault. Trump is the reason this lady in her car. Nobody reaches out to the local politicians. The local politicians. No one. When they talked about this lady sleeping in her car, you know what they told her? Go to a church and knock on the door, and they'll help you. What happened to our local politicians? Okay, our aldermen, our trustees. Then when something bad happened, it's like, oh, well, we're just in charge of the money. We're not here for anything else. We're just in charge of the money. But when they're saying when they want your vote, they're saying how they care about the community and they want to do better and they want you to come together. Maybe pay attention to who you're voting for. Okay. And that includes mayor, trustees, water reclamation, aldermen, judges, all of that. Your senators, pay attention to all of this because we jumped over all of them and talking about this girl homeless because of Trump or because of Biden. What happened to all, like when we sit over there and we donate to a breast cancer foundation like Tiffany Henyard's, if we donate to multiple sclerosis, if we donate to prostate cancer, we donate to any of these things. Do you really know how many times do people say when you go to Walgreens and say, would you like to give 50 cents back to St. Jude's charity? And you say, sure. How do you know that 50 cents went over there? That's supposed to be public information for some things, right? Do you even know? Did anybody report on the last maybe 4 walks we had in Dalton? The last 3 or 4? Did anybody report how much was raised and then check to see if it really got to that charity? I'm just asking. So we do a lot of that. So just like that Tiffany Henyard Cares Foundation charity, where y'all blame Tiffany. Now her name was on there and she said it was her charity out her mouth. I tell you 1000%. But we don't hold nobody on the board that's accountable. Aren't those people on the board? Aren't they accountable to see where the money went as well? Isn't the board who approved the $10,000 that you can see on Thornton Township website? You can see the board approving the $10,000. Aren't they just as responsible too? The people that were on the foundation, that means Stan Brown, that means Carmen Carlisle, that means the people, where these people from a towing company come in at, where they're registered agents and all of that for this charity, where they come in at. Don't you have to look at them too? How we know everybody just didn't get all the 5 people on the board didn't get $2,000 a piece from the 10,000? How we know? We don't know. We just looking dead at Tiffany. So that means they all need to be held responsible. Tiffany included. But we go straight to Tiffany. But how is all these things getting done without Tiffany's approval now? I thought Tiffany was the reason hiding everything, stopping the progress, stopping everything. Who worked on that ice skating rink? Who did the painting? Y'all need to pull that. What construction company helped with the ice skating rink? Pull that. Not the people that laid the ice. Who helped build it? Who helped paint it? Look at that. What about Village Hall? Pull it. Anything I'm telling you, I'm just telling you from somebody that has eyeballs observing it. You know what I mean? If you can fact check and prove it. It's a reason why we don't have those minutes. The way YouTube is analyzing everything, if y'all had those Dalton minutes, your mind would be blown. You're never going to get those minutes. Tiffany fired this person. Okay, let's see how many people on the board said, yeah, fire her. Did Tiffany fire someone without board approval? We'll never know. We don't have the minutes. Y'all didn't think about that? Why we don't have the minutes for real? In the beginning of each meeting, Allison Key says, I'd like to vote to approve the minutes from blah, blah, blah. Y'all ever think why they be like, no local media can be in there? Now they're gonna get, now they got a challenge, because now they have now this is gonna be the only difference. When they were kicking streamers out like Reality TV, Chicago, Critical Smoker and stuff like that, when they were saying they can't stream, you know why, right? Because Dalton, the village of Dalton, don't do live streams anymore, right? It's gone. Tiffany lost her email months ago. You can't email Tiffany and she could get a response. She told y'all that on public record. Now, whenever you try to look up a meeting, guess where you gotta go? Dalton trustees. And they could delete what they want to when they feel like it, right? They can edit what they want to when they feel like it, right? Because who's in charge of Dalton trustees meetings? Like when we were trying to look for that wobbly building, unsound building, they could delete whatever they want to. But then we could go reference Reality Check TV, Critical Smoker, Lancet Journal, which is why they try to keep the Lancet Journal out too. We can reference those videos because they live stream it. Now you got a challenge, because now CBS 2 and ABC 7, they're coming out to live stream now, y'all. They like, and that's regular media. How you gonna keep them out? They're live streaming the board meetings now. But now the excitement is gone. And if Jason becomes mayor, nobody's gonna be live streaming the board meetings. Nobody's gonna be watching the board meetings. It's gonna be boring. You only watch it because people are standing up at public comment on things they rehearsed all week long to slam Tiffany Henyard to get the ooh, okay, yeah. That's all they want. YouTube Street's been quiet because Tiffany hasn't been at any meetings. So they're looking for the newest thing, because everything else is boring. So let's talk about Detroit, the Detroit mom. And I want to put that in your mind. Like, now everybody's like, why nobody will help them? That's what's wrong with the government. The kids are worth more dead than alive. Because I was listening to this TikTok is my jam, you guys. Follow me over there. It's the same Burgundy Blue Commentary. The one lady was like, and I felt what she was saying. She was talking about how the government is a conspiracy. Don't get me wrong. I felt what she was saying. She was like, we're born with a number, a social security number, and then we go out with a death. What's that called? A death certificate. We come in with a birth certificate. We go out with a death certificate. We come in with a number. We go out with a number. She was saying that. And she was saying how the kids, unfortunately, was worth more dead than alive. Because now, all of a sudden, look at the GoFundMe. And I agree. We'll see what the GoFundMe is at now. $51,325. Now, I'm absolutely sure if this mother would have got up on social media and said, I'm homeless, I need help, help me or whatever, y'all would have drug her. You shouldn't have had all them kids. You shouldn't have did this. We got to pay for that too. Do you get link? All that stuff. But now that her kids died, here you go with a GoFundMe, right? And I think she had to take the comments off because people were just on there to use, they were on there just to, they were on there just to leave bad comments, some of them. Okay. Yep. You see all these anonymous and stuff. So I wanted to play a little bit about what's going on with the Detroit mother and how we don't hold our local, like here, we should be able to go, if we need help, we should be able to go to the village of Dalton, right? They have nothing they don't even have warming centers. Now Melanie Fitness used to be a warming situation, I think during COVID. I can't remember. But if you're cold in Dalton, where do you go? Do anybody know if you're cold in Dalton, where do you go? Can you go to the library? Can you go to the police station? Police station really small. Can you go there to stay warm? Where can you go? Can you go to a fire station? Fire station number 2 just sitting over there. Can they go in there and stay warm? Does anyone know? Hey, Danny. Oh, it's closed. Thank you. Okay. They do. She called all the Detroit warming centers, Wyoming. Okay, so if you okay, so you stop there, you don't have nowhere to go in Dalton. Where is your next place you're supposed to go? Thornton Township, right? In the middle of the winter, Tiffany and the trustees are getting into it, and all their doors closed, including the food program. Do y'all see where I'm going with this? You could get food for $1.25. Kids would get lunch, and sometimes that was the only after school lunches or school lunches. Some kids, that's the only meal they have all day. I was listening to Potato, and he was saying, and thank you for your service, Potato. Thank you, anyone in here, for your service if you served with the U.S. forces and military and things like that. And shout out to Conscious. Thank you for your service. So Potato brought up how he was over in, I forgot what he was, but he was saying how it was children on the street, begging. And I don't know. Okay, when I lived in California, we had a little area. And when I worked in Vegas, it was a little area over there. I don't think we can say that name anymore. I don't think it's the G word, but they were kids from Romania, right? And they would every week, and it's a man that did a YouTube video, and we know that intersection. I'm gonna see if I can find it. And the kids will be out there every weekend, like, my mom just died. But they'll have the same poster because Vegas is such a high, what do you call it, guys? It's a tourist attraction, right? So you meet new people every day. So they would stand outside in this intersection, which wasn't far from like the airport and stuff, to the strip. And they would be like, my mom just died, please help me. But they had the same sign every day. So us that lived there for a little bit for the residency, because I was on the show and we had to stay there, and us that lived there for a little bit, we would know these are the same kids every day. They would get there saying, my mama died every morning, and people would feel bad for them, right? And some people would bust them out like, we see you every day. So Potato was saying how the guy was like, I feel sorry for these kids. And he like, how can you feel sorry for these kids, but you don't feel sorry for the kids here in the US? And then he took him around, like he went to him for the Toys for Tots. And Potato, I will say this, Potato, and thank you, Potato. I will say this, Potato did reach out to me as well and told me, hey, call this number, See if y'all could get kids toys. And me and Choose Compassion, she spent day and night. I can vouch for it because she has her own 501c3 that she does for children and families during the holidays. So she called around seeing if anyone could help Dalton, churches, everything. We did the same thing. It was too late. Toys for Tots was like, you just missed the cutoff. People register at this time. It was too late. So people all year look forward to the Toys for Tots, right? And people all year look forward to the Thornton Township giveaways and the food baskets that our taxpayer dollars pay for. But you guys want to take it away because you hate Tiffany and then say Dalton is not all that bad. When before Tiffany was mayor, no one would sit there and take the time to look up how many killings we had then. It was bombs over Baghdad over here, guys. It was crazy. It was crazy. Everybody was getting killed. You couldn't even go down Sibley Boulevard. You see what happened. It was just crazy. Just Google back and look. Just look back. Just go 2018 to 2021. And that's where the Stop the Violence march happened. Tiffany did the Stop the Violence march as a trustee. Then she did Stop the Violence march as a mayor. Nobody else did that. Just her. And that's where we get that bobblehead video. Where we get that bobblehead video. And I didn't even know because I didn't watch the board meetings, you guys. But we got that bobblehead video because what did Ed Steve say? This is the only mayor. Was it trustee at the time? Choose Compassion. If you hear, can you vouch for me? Was it the trustee? Yes, I think it was a trustee. And she was like, former trustee Ed Steve was like, this is the only trustee that goes live and tell people it was a murder in our neighborhood. Yeah. Yeah. So you could watch her back in that area. People are still on the run. Yeah, she was. And what was the big deal about that? What was the big deal about that? Because she went live and said it was a murder in Dalton. And he's mad. This is the only trust. So what would y'all do? Hide it from us? Because what happened to that sex ring in Dalton? Didn't they find an underage girl kidnapped in some house in Dalton? What happened? That was just a couple. Why y'all don't never ask what happened? Put pressure on stuff like that. Oh, I get it. We got to attach something to it, right? We got to attach Tiffany to it. So we don't care if it was an underage child found in a house. They was running around the city looking for her. We don't know what happened to her. But if it would have been, it's an underage child locked in Kamal's house, or it's an underage child locked in Tiffany cousin's auntie house, y'all would have cared. Do you care about the residents or the numbers? And it's okay. It's okay. But Tiffany hasn't been arrested yet. That's all I'm saying. I saw that Fulton County mayor, he was arrested, right? He was arrested. They took all his powers and everything from him. She hasn't been arrested yet. He went on a radio show and said, yeah, I did spend the money wrong. He admitted to it. Nope. They didn't. Did they find the people who shot up Stubbs' house? No, and they didn't even look for him. We said it was Tiffany Goons. Do we have any proof it was Tiffany Goons? How did the story come that Tiffany is the one that shot up her house? Does anyone know? The people that I got 38 people in the bushes. So some in the bushes. The people that really just listen to my content to say, Berg, you wrong, you delusional about Tiffany. Can you answer this question? How did we find out it was Tiffany Goons that shot up Stubbs' house? Who did it? It wasn't her house. It was her building, right? It was an apartment building that she owns. How we know? Do y'all even know where that building sits? I'm just asking. I would never say it on live. But y'all even know where that building sits? A side street, a busy street? Do you know where its locale is in Dalton? I'm just asking. Is it down one of Dalton's main streets? And if you're in an apartment building, how we know that somebody wasn't trying to retaliate against someone in the building? Why is it Tiffany sent someone to shoot up the building? I'm just asking. One of her goons. Chu says, I ask behind closed doors all the time. This is why I'm literally crying right now. It's evil. They don't care about the residents. People think they're speaking for the residents echo the hate of 10 people. Yeah. I love what Potato said again, and Chu, you were in there too, when he said, out of 17 municipalities, it's the same people. You gonna let them bully all of the municipalities? Yeah. A lot of the other municipalities are quiet. They don't want to be involved in this mess, and they're hoping it will go away. So yeah. Did y'all even ask? I remember when I first got to the board meeting and y'all drug me all on the internet talking about Burgundy at the board meeting, but she's supposed to be scared of Jedediah, but she's at the board meeting. Okay, why is Val at the board meeting? She getting, oh, because she was a sheriff? So she don't have to be scared? Okay. Nate Fields was thrown, he had a neck brace on, and it's a picture of him in a neck brace at the Thornton Township Kiki Wyatt Fest, aka the Taste of Thornton Township, standing there in the rain with a neck brace on, and Kamal and Tiffany right there. Oh, he ain't supposed to be scared. It's just, it's whatever y'all want to point, a narrative. Hey, Miss Asia. We will, Tracy. Bless you. I thought she was scared. Quote, end quote. Dawn, you know you be having it. We praying for you. That's all I'm asking. So somebody, I got to go back and do a video on that AKA bobblehead situation, because I couldn't believe. Let me see if I can find it. Choose, do you have one of those videos? But before I get off topic, I want to go to the Detroit lady. That's gonna be the last thing. I'm just asking. Before let's close out Dalton. So Choose put on her post. Do y'all know Alexis? Anyone knows the date that poor Alexis Wilson passed away? The date that Alexis Wilson passed away. Shout out to Cara. I don't even know if Cara know this. We love you, Cara. Do y'all know the month and year Alexis Wilson passed away? You're right, Keithis. You're right. It's either one. Everybody's recycled. I want to go over July 27, 2021. Security camera footage from Baba's restaurant shows Dalton police officers arriving with their weapons drawn. Police say an employee called 911 claiming Wilson was threatening workers with a gun in drive-through lane. Let's go ahead and let's watch this together so y'all can remember. And this is not for entertainment. This is something I really didn't know. Now, you guys blame Tiffany. Y'all blame Tiffany. Let's watch it all. 2021. 2021 is, yeah, it was July 2021. July 27th.
Plus, they expected the Dalton police force to protect their daughter. Instead, they say she was a victim of excessive force, shot within 3 minutes of officers arriving at a drive-through restaurant where she was arguing with staff about her food order. In a just-filed federal lawsuit, the suburban Homewood family alleging that officers grossly overreacted, leading to Alexis's death.
3 minutes, that child is dead with 7 bullets, 2 in her head. That's an execution.
Little girl, 7 times.
July 27, 2021. Security camera footage from Baba's restaurant shows Dalton police officers arriving with their weapons drawn. Police say an employee called 911 claiming Alexis Wilson was threatening workers with a gun in the drive-thru.
There's a customer outside and they have a gun and they're banging on the drive-thru window.
The family's attorney says it appears the 19-year-old was hitting a stick against the glass, not a gun.
This was senseless. There was no reason for these police officers to come across so aggressively to this young lady and start punching a young lady in the face.
This lawsuit filed late today names officers Ryan Perez and Gerald Carlton, alleging they used excessive force against Wilson. The officers asked Wilson and her boyfriend to get out of the minivan. Edited body cam video released by Dalton police shows he complied, but Wilson did not. She said she wasn't properly dressed. When the officer tries getting in on the passenger side, Wilson takes off.
She was scared and she drove off.
Dalton police say both officers shot at Wilson. Her vehicle crashed into a nearby bike shop. Police have said a gun was found in Wilson's car.
Why is it that beauticians get more training than police? It should not have happened this way. There were so many choices to make that night that could have preserved that child's life.
Wilson says Alexis was extremely close to her younger brother, and she was about to begin classes at Prairie State.
She was so happy and proud.
The Cook County State's Attorney's Office tells the I-Team the shooting is under review by prosecutors in its Law Enforcement Accountability Division. They review investigations of all on-duty officer-involved shootings to determine if criminal charges are appropriate. Dalton police, with no comment on the case or the suit, have not provided us with the status of the officers. Judy?
Okay.
Okay, I want to go to tea with the trustees. Everyone's seen this video, but I just want y'all to see it again after we saw that. Now, that was July of 2021.
You somebody's mother. A mother. You don't get in front of, because, I just trust. And you said a previous publicist that she had a publicist who gave time. So I noticed she didn't want to meet with me inside of Dalton. Thought that was a little shaky, but then again, whatever. So we met out in a coffee shop out in Homewood. So when we got to the coffee shop in Homewood, she told me that she needed someone for PR. She told me that she had a publicist who gave her this bogus script to say when Alexis Wilson was murdered. She told me that the previous publicist told her to say what she said on television. My immediate response was, and you said it? So you read it and you said it? She said, yeah, because, I just trust my people around me to tell me and lead me in the right way. I said, but if you read something so insensitive, sis, you don't get in front of national television and say that. You a mother. You somebody's mother. I'm like, but guess what? What we're gonna do You're going to go back in front of television and you're going to apologize. She said, oh, no, I can't do that. How about we hold a press conference and you apologize? I didn't say it. I didn't say it. So moving along, I decided to come on part-time. She hired me. She had the application, everything right there. I had never seen a foot inside the village of Dalton. So that was in September, something like that. And she said that it was going to be a cutoff before.
Okay, I have a question. So she heard that Tiffany told her that she had a publicist and they gave her a bogus statement. That's what she heard at this coffee shop. And she said, no, Tiffany told her what you gonna do is you gonna get in front of everybody and you're gonna apologize for me. That's what she said. Tiffany said. That's unethical, right? But she took the application and took the job. Is anyone following me here? Now tell me if I'm being Stretch Armstrong with this. She took the application and she took the job after she said, what you're going to do is you're going to get in front of everybody and you're going to apologize. And Tiffany said, no. Tiffany said, no, you're going to get in front of everybody. You're going to apologize for me. And she took the application and she took the job. So we're going to get to the point on why we moving along, because when we get to the Dalton trustees page, this is what they say. It says disruption. It says disruption. Now, everybody know now after watching my YouTube what the disruption was, right?
Y'all need me to hold on a second? Okay.
For this the belief was somebody would come here to disrupt information coming to the residents of Dalton. For that belief, we have a wonderful Dalton resident who has provided security for today to make sure that a situation,
so you can't hear Mama Hill voice.
Avant and the team, to make sure that we can have an orderly and conduct the meeting in the way that it's supposed to be done. So apologize for the disruption.
Now, when you listen to this disruption, we can't see who that person is, right? So if you were on the Dalton Trustees YouTube page, you didn't know who that person is. Let me see if I have it here. Let's look at this video that I did. Let me see if I have it. Let's see if I have it here. Because we had a bunch of people in the chat go around. This is a live, so I'm sorry I'm talking over it. Let's see. Let's see if I have it here. So this is the T with the trustees view, and then let's see Mama Hill view.
To make sure that a situation, thanks Sister Mary Avant and the team, to make sure that we can have an orderly and conduct the meeting in the way that it's supposed to be done. So apologize for the disruption, because there's some information that's not coming again from the trustees. This is coming from somebody who was day to day with the current mayor.
I have a question, and I'm not picking on anybody here, but this is a common sense question. I'm listening to Jason now, and he's saying this is the person that had the day to day with the mayor. And I didn't even put what Keith has said and what we're saying together. I disagree with disclosing. Sorry. Sorry, y'all. What I'm messing up. Hold on. I'm just gonna close that out. I didn't get what Keithis was saying, disclosing a personal conversation with her former client. I didn't understand that. Like, how can Jason, that I always say this, and it's not to, I'm not even gonna explain myself, but I be wondering, how can you trust somebody that did the same thing to, I can't, I don't know how I want to say it. I'm trying to say it the right way, but it's not to backpedal. I really just don't know how to say it. But if you tell, it's sort of like if we're girlfriends, right? We're friends. If you telling me everybody's business, I know you're gonna tell my business to everybody. So how can, you know what I mean? Do y'all get what I'm saying? I just don't get that part. Let's go back. I'm sorry, I lost it. Hold on. How can he? I don't know. Let's go to my video and see if we can see. Like, I think it's just, I'd be trying not to put myself into it. I remember I'm looking at these videos, and I remember me having to defend myself when they were like, first of all, I didn't live here. Then Tiffany bought me the house that I live in. Then, so it's like, we just sit up there and we listen to any kind of, is that called propaganda or rumors? Is that what it's called? Let's watch this little video. I did the same video with Mama Hill side of the story and the Tia, the trustee side of the story. So for people that are just thoughts, we hate Tiffany, explain this video without what they want to say to you. They calling Mama Hill out her name, talking about she's not this, she's not that. But that's because they told you that. Y'all didn't know who Mama Hill was before this. And if I can be, I think she was the only one standing up at the village of Dalton, besides Trina Downs, and calling everybody out, not picking and choosing who she wanted to call out, calling everybody out. But then that's the number one thing. Please tarnish her character to the public. Like Jason acting like she's not even a resident right here. But when they wanted to put her in front with a Easter basket and a bunny for a photo op, Mama Hill was a resident, right? She was a beautiful resident then. But let's take a look.
Oh, the night is my world. City light, painted girl. In the day, nothing.
His publicist told her to say what she said on television. My immediate response was, and you said it? So you read it and you said it? She said, yeah, I mean, because, I just trust my people around me to tell me and lead me in the right way. I said, but if you read something so insensitive, sis, you don't get in front of national television and say that. You a mother. You somebody's mother. I'm like, but guess what? What we're gonna do, you're gonna go back in front of television and you're going to apologize. She said, oh no, I can't do that. How about we hold a press conference and you apologize? I didn't say it. I didn't say it. So moving along, I decided to come on part-time. She hired me. She had the application, everything right there. I had never seen a foot inside the village of Dalton. So that was in September, something like that. And she said that it was going to be a cutoff before. Y'all need me to hold on a second? Okay.
For this the belief was somebody would come here to disrupt information coming to the residents of Dalton. For that belief, we have a wonderful Dalton resident who has provided security for today to make sure that a situation, thanks to Sister Mary Avant and the team, to make sure that we can have an orderly and conduct the meeting in the way that it's supposed to be done. So apologize for the disruption, because there's some information that's not coming again from the trustees. This is coming from somebody who was day to day with the current mayor. I mean, if this testimony isn't enough, I don't know what to say for it.
All right, I'm back. So I never seen a foot of the Dalton, right? I did my application and everything from a coffee shop in Homewood. You know, that kind of resonates with me, right? So I really thought it was gonna be better. I'm like, wow, because when you're coming off the year, the woman, I mean, how can you not vote for? We just put Kamala Harris in office, right? Yes. So
He felt intimidated.
I went
You're a
and
pathetic piece of crap.
I met with her. I met with Tiffany because she had hired someone else to be her chief of staff, who happens to be a friend of mine. So I noticed she didn't want to meet with me inside of Dalton. Thought that was a little shaky with Benedict and whatever. So we met out in a coffee shop out in Homewood. So when we got to the coffee shop in Homewood, she told me that she needed someone for PR. She told me that she had a publicist who gave her this bogus script to say when Alexis Wilson was murdered. She told me that the previous publicist told her to say what she said on television. My immediate response was, and you said it? So you read it and you said it? She said, yeah, I mean, because, you know, I just trust my.
I want to pause it right here. Listen to what Mama Hill say. I know a lot of people can't hear what Mama Hill said. This is what Mama Hill was cool. This is what upset her. Now, remember, they're trying to recall Tiffany at this point. This is what the people, we got 53 people in here. How many likes I got, you guys? Not looking for likes, just want to know. So I'm not calling out the wrong thing about, I know some people be in the bushes just to listen because they're at work, but some people really can't stand when you say anything, they think you're trying to be anti the trustees. No, these are their words. I want to play it so you can hear for yourself. So that when these memories come around, like let's say y'all just search Burgundy Blue, Choose Compassion channel one day, and you say, man, they did say this. When you're looking into the village of Dalton next year, you might just say, hey, they did say that. They did say this was happening. When you see that, because they're all going to start fighting each other. I'm letting y'all know. Timestamp it. They all going to start fighting each other. Jason will not, if he become mayor, he will not be successful for the full 4 years. They're going to try to tear him down. They're going to try to tear him down immediately. He's just the easiest choice. Jason ran for mayor before. He's just the only one that can push through right away. They're going to step on his toes immediately. I was listening to Trina Downs on Conscious Channel, and she was saying that's the culture. It's always the board versus the mayor, the trustees versus the mayor, or the mayor versus the trustees. It's a culture of Dalton. So now these are a bunch of friends that have one common goal. They hate Tiffany. That's all we're looking at. Everybody needs to provide proof, or they all need to go. Every one of them. But now we don't have any choice. Now it's just Tiffany is the problem. We better than Tiffany. Back to Mama Hill. Look at what she says. She says, y'all dancing over this dead girl. That's what upset her. And what she meant was, y'all, thank God Cara got some kind of, it wasn't a relief, but some kind of justice financially from with the, I'm not even going to call it justice because that's not enough money for anything. She wants her baby back. But you guys finally held the police department responsible, who was irresponsible. The taxpayers paid for that. Even with the police chase, the taxpayers paid for that because the police was irresponsible. Okay. Many lawsuits. These people knew about the mugshot way before the protest for Alexis Wilson. With Mama Hill saying you dancing over this dead girl, they want to use her as, oh, now the police, they're a problem. Now Tiffany's a problem. but they weren't there to support Cara in the beginning until it became convenient for them. So now everyone looking at it like, oh, Tiffany cost the taxpayers this money. What about the people that were found in the jail cells? What about the other cases that was happening? The little girl that got shot at Moonlight Liquors in the parking lot, the Simeon student. It was a lot of things going on way before Tiffany. But let's keep on watching.
Some people around me to tell me and lead me in the right way. I said, but if you read something so insensitive, sis, you don't get in front of national television.
They dancing over this dead girl. Y'all pathetic ass grown people dancing over that dead girl.
And that's what she said. She said, you know, they started looking like that's when they didn't allow videos at Tea with the Trustees. Now, conveniently, they could video at Tea with the Trustee because it was campaigning. Before, they had to cut off the videos from Tea with the Trustees. None of the residents could live stream. You know why? Because it was a we got to get rid of Tiffany campaign. That was all the Tea with the Trustees, which again, the taxpayers, we pay for that. So that's all us, right? So let's go back to what Mama Hill was saying. She said, y'all pathetic, dancing over this dead girl. Pathetic. Grown people dancing over this dead girl. That's what she was saying.
Girl, y'all pathetic ass grown people dancing over that dead girl. Pathetic trustee dancing over the body of a dead girl. You know what? Look, don't in the public forum.
My face again.
And I'm a grown woman. Don't put your finger. Don't put your finger. Yeah, y'all should get y'all trustee. No.
Don't put it in my face.
No. See, that's your problem. And thanks for confirming to the Department of Justice. This is the problem. This is the Department of Justice. To the Department of Justice, this is the problem. So let me tell you, I'm a human rights activist out here. And if y'all put me out, I'm a human rights activist. I'm a citizen. I'm a citizen. You know what, sir? That's fine by me.
Let's go. Come on.
Don't put your but don't put I'm a human rights activist. You put me out of something in my own community. You put me, no, wait a minute, did you? What did I do? You saw me walking.
Please, let's step by.
That ain't caused nothing.
Please, let's step by.
No, I'm not. You know what? Not in my own community. Not in my own. And sir,
We have to call the police to remove it.
are you kidding me? So who are you all?
We're police, but
But what did I tell me what I did?
You're creating a disturbance.
No, I didn't. You all violating my rights. I can't.
Now, that's Mama Hill getting walked up on. But then when y'all see, I saw Tammy Brown on the news and she said the mayor, because the mayor didn't come to the meeting. And she said the mayor needs to come and address why she didn't show up to she needs to address these allegations. She needs to, did you ever address running up on Mama Hill when she was walking out the door? Did you ever address walking up on Mama Hill when she was walking out the door? No, you don't have to address that though. Only Tiffany. She said she's an elected official. She needs to address this. Did you address this? Because no, they didn't. Because this is what we saw from y'all watching the disruption from Tea with the Trustees. Now look who's standing right here. Trustee Ed Steve, former Mayor Riley Rogers, Mary Avant. Now, who's running for office right now? Mary Avant, Ed Steve. And who's still hanging with the trustees? Riley Rogers. Now, who's getting kicked out? Mama Hill. Who's paying these two? What kind of, how much did we pay the security team to be at Tea with the Trustees? Let's not forget Dwayne Big Woods Barbecue.
Way that it's supposed to be done. So apologize for the disruption, because there's some information that's not coming again from the trustees. This is coming from somebody who was day to day with the current mayor. I mean, if this testimony isn't enough, I don't know what to say for it.
All right, I'm back. So I never seen the foot of the Dalton, right? I did my application and everything from a coffee shop in Homewood.
So while Ed Steve, Riley Rogers, Sherry Britton's walking around the audience, Mary Avant is kicking out a resident who they said is disrupting, that Jason said he knew that Tiffany was going to send someone here. This is what he's telling us. This is what Jason House is saying. He knew Tiffany was going to send someone here to disrupt the meeting. Did y'all see Mama Hill coming in there to disrupt? No, she walked out. She was sitting there, and then she walked out when she said, "Oh no, y'all talking about Alexis Wilson? I can't take it." That's what she did.
For this the belief was somebody would come here to disrupt information coming to the residents of Dalton. For that belief, we have a wonderful Dalton resident who has provided security for today to make sure that a situation, thanks to Sister Mary Avant and the team.
Imagine being Mama Hill and someone is saying, for this reason, we hire security because Tiffany was going to send someone here to disrupt the community, and you getting attacked. Now, just imagine, put yourself in her shoes. You walking out the meeting because you said, "Nah, y'all dancing over this dead girl." That's what she said. No disrespect to Cara Wilson. This is what she said. I can't take it. I'm walking out. And a trustee chasing after you. The whole community clapping because they putting you out, and you a resident too. The whole community. Look how he jumped at everybody. Nobody stood up and said, "Oh man, let's help this other senior citizen," because she getting ganged up by two big Brutus, the gooch looking dudes. They sitting up there on this little woman.
She said, "Yeah, I mean, because, I just trust my people around me to tell me and lead me in the right way." I said, "But if you read something so insensitive, sis, you don't get in front of national television."
They dancing over this dead girl. Y'all pathetic ass grown people dancing over that dead girl. Pathetic trustee dancing over the body of a dead girl. You know what? Look, don't in the public.
Look at the door. She done crossed the threshold. And she just walking out like pathetic ass people dancing over Alexis Wilson. This what y'all come here and dance. So she starts to leave, and a trustee kicks her out.
Finger in my face again.
And I'm a grown woman. Don't put your finger. Don't put your finger. Yeah, y'all should get y'all trustee. No.
Don't put it in my face.
No. See, that's your problem. And thanks for confirming to the Department of Justice. This is the problem. This is the Department of Justice. To the Department of.
Now look how many people have to come and pull Tammy Brown from leaving, serving the community donuts and orange juice and Woods barbecue. Look how many people, but we hire security though as residents, right? We pay for the security. And look how many people got to hold Tammy Brown after Mama Hill is leaving. Tammy Brown is the one that started the disturbance. If you agree, push 1. If you don't, push 2. Mama Hill's walking out. Here go Brittany and them.
Justice, this is the problem. So let me tell you, I'm a human rights activist out here. And if y'all put me out, I'm a human rights activist. I'm a citizen.
And she's telling, I'm a citizen, I'm an activist, I'm here in the community. She's walking out the door. And Jason House gets the crowd to clap for this. For this. All right, y'all. Y'all keep on going. Y'all keep on going. If you can't see it, I ain't trying to make you see it. So let's go back to Alexis Wilson. We heard from trustee. I'm sorry, we heard from the chief of staff, right? We heard from her saying, "Hey, this is what they did. It's Tiffany's fault." She said, "And you said it? You went up there and you said it? You can't say something so insensitive, sis. You can't do that." So then, thanks to Choose Compassion, she went back and got the PR list. Sorry guys. She went back and she actually got the warrant list from that day. That who got paid July 30th of 2021 when Alexis Wilson was killed July 27th, 2021. For PR, number 1, you got Sean Howard, July 21st, 2021, $3,000 for PR. Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. Chief Collins got paid. Sean Howard got paid. Everybody in the village of Dalton, the 2 officers, got paid. Everybody from the village of Dalton got paid that month that Alexis Wilson was murdered. I didn't even know this existed. Now, another thing that she put up there, and you know, we're taught to be sad, because I know everybody in Clean House headquarters, if I got 51 people watching, 20 of them are from Clean House. They're all watching and scrambling. I want her head. I want her head. And y'all don't see the retaliation. They'll never come from Tiffany's side. It come from another side. You don't see that. Did Tiffany docs choose compassion? Did Tiffany docs me? Did Tiffany docs Wyoming gal? Who did you see? No, we're saying Tiffany shot up somebody's house. Did Tiffany come online and say, I want to leave Valerie Stubbs penniless and homeless? No. None of Tiffany campaign came out and did that. So y'all always talking about the goons. Hey, it was a whole video. You could see who threw the first punch, but y'all will always say, no, it wasn't true. It wasn't true. This video was doctored. You see a microphone being used. No, that's not true. All right, let's go back to Choose Compassion page, because I want to look at some videos she put up. And this was very, I can admit, I've never seen this. I've never seen this. Choose, do you know what date this video was? Because I would like to compare that. If you got the date of the video, don't do too much research. I'm thinking about this if you're still here. I'm thinking about this because July 27th is when Tiffany made that statement about Alexis Wilson. And I would like to compare it to the date of this video and the time that Nikita was hired for PR, and to see if Tiffany said this on her own or not. What happened? You know, I really just want to go to this. Thank you. I didn't know this existed. Now, when I saw Tiffany apology, I saw it on Facebook. I didn't see it through what she did on a live stream. I didn't see none of that. So this was November 2021. No, Cynthia. No, she does not. This is November 2021. So was PR hired at that time? Were they working at that time? The new PR company, Nikita Company? Were they working at that time? Can you confirm if you can? I want to look up the PR list for that time too and see who was still getting paid. Okay. And as always, y'all vote for who you want to vote for. This is just me pointing out what's going on. This is very interesting. And y'all make sure y'all stand 90 feet from the polling place. I repeat, y'all make sure you're standing 90 feet away from the polling place. Okay? Whether you work for Calumet City or not. Thank you.
Something that hit our community right when I got in office. And don't get me wrong, I've been beat up for this left or right. I hired an individual that was supposed to lead me, direct me, and tell me which route to take. They tell you what to say. They write stuff for you. They do all of that. And I'm sad to say that they misled me. And it got me in hot water with residents, public opinion. And it hurts because I trusted that person. One second. 1 minute.
So who is this individual and why is it so important? John Wayne, you said talk to Sean Howard about that? Why haven't we spoken to a Sean Howard about this, asking for the residents? Are we saying that we're okay with what happened? No. But aren't we going to make it a point to make sure that everyone is humanized because they are human? Once we get to pick and choose who we see as humans and who we don't see as humans, remember that others have the same right to do that to you. Me today, you tomorrow. While we wait for Mary Henry to get back, there is also a question from a Christopher Washington who says, how did Trustee Steve get his home? Beth from Chicago states that she supports the mayor. Be careful what someone is saying. And Cynthia Brewer is saying, why pick on someone to better our village? I enjoy living here and appreciate everything she is doing to make this area a better place. Let's give her a chance. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. This was in November. Anta says, my heart and prayers is truly with the village. I pray we pull it together and understand united is the only way we're actually going to build the village up. Hang in there, Mayor
Okay, I'm
Henry
back.
and trustees.
We got to pull that one together. Whew. My heart, thoughts, and prayers go out to the family and loved one of Alexis Wilson. I understand your continued frustrations. I ask for your patience and understanding, as this is still a police matter. And it is currently under investigation. Once the investigation is complete, we will notify the family and the public of the findings to protect the integrity of the investigation. That is all I can say about that at this time. I thank you in advance for your understanding. Give me a minute.
We will indeed, and we do understand that sometimes there are lawsuits that people are going through that prevents you to speak about things. Again, we're not making excuses, and we're only saying that for the people that won't get it. We do see a Christopher and a Beth going back and forth in the comments. So let's see, John Wayne, hang in there, Mayor. Let's all stay positive, people. I'm sad to hear about that person you trusted. Yes, who is this Sean Howard? It says, please be careful trusting the rest of your camp and try to make sure they have your best interest at heart. Wow. I mean, yeah, isn't that so true? Who is this Sean Howard? I think the mayor's coming back in.
Okay. Try to pull it together for y'all. That was a tough one for me because I too am a single parent with a daughter. So it hurts to even talk about it. But I just wanted to say that. Leave it alone. So I'm trying to clear it up so I can finish. We at the end. I have back to school. Give me a minute. 1 second.
Who is Sean Howard? Did he bring Nikita in? That part always confused me. But until next time, sending love and light.
Okay. And let me tell you about Sean Howard real quick. Sean Howard, he's a respected person of the community. I think as long as Black politics have been in Dalton, he's been the only spokesperson for the village of Dalton, no matter what the Mayor Shaw, Lewis, Rogers. I think he was the only spokesman for Dalton. And then Tiffany Henry. I could be wrong. But as long as I've known, he's usually the spokesperson for every other municipality in the area too. As a youth, if you will, I didn't see many PR people. This is before YouTube. This is when we were on Black Planet. Okay, we was on Black Planet and we was on MySpace. Okay, that was it. So PR was not that popular as it is now, where we have two trustees, Gonzalez and Carlisle, speaking to us. We voted for them. I mean, no, we didn't. Sorry, Pause. We did not vote for Carlisle. We voted for Gonzalez, who also at one point was our assessor, and then he went back to being a trustee, right? So he's been around the township for a long time. We vote, and then Carmen was appointed by Tiffany Hilliard, so I'm sorry. But now they're being represented by a PR firm. Now the Dalton trustees, who we voted for, they're not only being represented by a PR firm, they also have an advisory board. What? None of that existed when we voted for these people, right? And now we have Tiffany Hilliard, who PR team have left Tiffany Hilliard and went over to the Clean House campaign. It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. So we've never seen this shift of PR people, but I will say Sean Howard was the most respected person in PR in the South suburbs, and because of this. And he's still working to this day. I don't have a problem with Sean, but I have to call out what I see. And I didn't even realize, because I only saw the purple outfit and tea with the trustees whole outfit thing. Well, not, we go by outfits here. So I only see that. And now I see what? I thought, because when I'm hearing Nikita talk, she said it was her homegirl quit and then she became. So was that Elizabeth? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, because I see Elizabeth in the background. So I'm trying to figure out who quit. And then, because nobody's saying names. And then we look at this warrant list and then we see the names. Okay. Yeah. Miss AJ, I mean, it's easy. I mean, he's been around since the Shaw days. And I will say the difference between Sean and Nikita, if we're saying PR, okay, we're just saying PR people that we've seen in the Southland. Nikita is more social media, and I think Sean was more of newspapers. So Nikita know how to do she's the Peach McIntyre of Dalton. Okay, she know how to get people riled up. So you just throw something out there. What happened? Did we find out if the township paid for Kamal's BMW? I thought that was an investigation. Did anybody find out? We forgot about that too. Okay, so we know how she knows how to get the public on a reality show basis, where Sean knows how to go to mainstream media and get Channel 7, Channel 5, Channel 2. Like if I wanted to highlight what happened to me and I want the media to come, like the real media, like Channel 752, I would call Sean Howard. If I wanted to get more followers on YouTube, I would call Nikita. Does that make sense to y'all? I'm just saying the PR standpoint. If those were my two people to, like, if I wanted to get somebody out here because I was doing a food giveaway, I would call Sean Howard. If I wanted to get somebody out here because I was, because my man cheated on me and I caught him in a hotel right over there with the lingerie and the waterbed, I would call Nikita. Do that make sense? And then y'all will be all over here following me do that, because she's more proficient in social media. And I feel like Sean is more black and white newspapers, more Channel 7, CLTV, get them out here. Does that make sense? Yeah, and he spoke for remember when Long Island audit, not Long Island, what's his name? Tyrant Terminator. Remember when Tyrant Terminator, when the Robbins police, what they do to him? Was it the Robbins Police Department? When the Robbins police came out there and smacked Tyrant Terminator or whatever, that was Sean Howard speaking for the Robbins police. I mean, for the Robbins mayor too. So he's all over the Southland. So if I wanted like the channel news to come in there, he's gonna make sure. Remember Thaddeus Jones? We covered that Christmas. Remember when we saw Thaddeus Jones giving out Christmas toys to that one family on a sled? That was Sean Howard. When we covered Early Walker giving that young lady a car. Remember that, you guys? Was y'all watching me then? Remember when Early Walker met the lady at Walmart and gave her $1,500? of a shopping spree and gave her own car, and it was an Acura. And she was like, my very own car. That was Sean Howard. So if I want something like that, that's why I call Sean Howard. But then when you see something like someone standing up and just coming out of nowhere and saying, you get what I'm saying. Something like, sorry, Nate. Sorry, I have no proof. And I tried to, I'm sorry, because y'all know I like Nate. We see something with Nate standing in the rain with an umbrella, with a neck brace in front of Kiki Wyatt singing. That's the reality show. Like, Nate, you should be in bed. Okay, when we see the lights flickering off, and that's different. That's the reality show of it all. And the disruption, because nobody know what was passed that day. Nobody knows nothing. Even with the Kamal firing, what got passed that day? We're not even talking about the business that got done. We're talking about the fights. You know what I mean? Kamal got fired. Nobody knows what real business got passed in the township. Y'all remember that? So yeah, so that's what I mean. So it's definitely no disrespect to Sean, because Sean he's been in this game for a long time. But yeah, I think that Tiffany just went ahead with the same. It's a lot of people that's been around there for years. The engineer been there since Shaw was in office. And the engineer went to Vegas. But I guess engineers can go to Vegas because he would need to know what's coming new to the town, right? But nobody says anything. I think that Tiffany just rolled a lot of people over from the previous administration. And then this is my assumption, when she went to Thornton Township, because that had happened, now that I'm looking at this is an assumption. Remember how she just rolled everybody over from Riley administration? Everybody just stayed. She didn't fire nobody. They just stayed. She didn't fire anybody, right? I think she learned her lesson from Dalton. And that's why when we hear Stephanie say that she saw them coming in there and she was firing everybody, I think she learned her lesson from Dalton, from this situation where she thought somebody was going to have her back and they gave her the wrong things to say. I think that's why we see William Moore everywhere, because he's going to do whatever Tiffany calls him to, whatever she says. And she didn't have that kind of support before. She rolled the people over and now they're gone. Rayoma says, I understand that Tiffany trusted her PR for the statement, but that's the part I have an issue with Tiffany. She should have had her own side at the written statement before using it. Now, do anybody got what Tiffany said on that day? Let me see if I can find it. Does anyone have that? I've heard the statement, but can we really see it? Now, this is from, I want to see it. I know what was said, but I never read it out loud for myself. I want to read it. Now, I do remember she never reviewed the body camera footage. And this is from September of 2021. Okay, it says conflicts playing out among public officials in Dalton seem like a soap opera with a tragic plot. Let's listen to this really quickly. I'm gonna see if I can find that.
Column. A fatal police shooting in Dalton has created tension among mayor, trustees. Conflicts playing out among public officials in Dalton seem like a soap opera with a tragic plot. On the one hand, it's not all that unusual for elected officials to publicly hash out differences. Boards that govern municipalities, school districts, and other taxing bodies often consist of opposing factions. It is normal to disagree. In Dalton, however, a disturbing event from the summer frames the current political drama. On July 27, Dalton police fatally shot Alexis Wilson, 19, of Homewood, after an altercation at a restaurant. The high-profile event was captured on police body cameras and surveillance video. Police struggled with Wilson outside a drive-through window, then shot at her as she drove off in a minivan. Wilson crashed into a nearby business along Sibley Boulevard and was pronounced dead at the scene. Illinois State Police are investigating the officer-involved shooting. Family and community members have raised questions about the event during demonstrations at Dalton Village Hall and outside the home of Mayor Tiffany Henyard. On September 3, 3 protesters were cited on misdemeanor charges of disturbing a public meeting that Henyard had billed as mandatory attendance for residents. On August 12, Henyard abruptly canceled a meeting to block the board majority. On August 23, Henyard and trustee Andrew Holmes had to abandon a scheduled meeting due to lack of a quorum when other trustees refused to attend in protest. Wilson's death looms large over Dalton government and politics. Henyard was elected to her first term in April on a reform platform after being highly critical of her predecessor, Riley Rogers. Now Henyard's critics among the village board majority have raised questions about transparency and Henyard's governance. Trustees have accused Henyard of locking them out of Village Hall and blocking their efforts to place items on public meeting agendas. The board majority voted earlier this month to hire legal counsel to represent their interests. During a village board meeting Monday night, actually 2 separate board meetings, the majority blocked Henyard's attempt to award a contract to replace concrete sidewalks outside Village Hall. The board met via video conference due to the pandemic. During a special meeting, Trustee Kiana Belcher moved to table a vote on the sidewalks because other items requested by trustees were not added to the agenda, she said. Trustee Edward Steve said he was unaware Henyard called a special meeting in addition to a committee of the whole session scheduled for that evening. Henyard told Steve he missed the deadline to submit agenda item requests. The delay in awarding a contract placed the village at risk of being unable to complete the concrete work before winter, Henyard said. If someone is behind on timelines, there's no reason to stop progress for the village of Dalton, she said. Stonewalling and gridlock appear to be the norm rather than the exception these days in Dalton government. Henyard sought the board's approval Monday to hire a $3,000 per month media consultant, but trustees voted 5-1 to reject the proposal. Holmes, a well-known community activist, was the sole vote in support of the mayor. Before the vote, Henyard said spokesman Sean Howard was no longer working for the village. She introduced Charles Thomas, a former ABC 7 reporter, who pitched the services of his venture, Black Excellence Media, with his business partner, Patricia Easley. We will provide ready and able spokespersons on call whenever needed, Thomas said. Most importantly, we will work to develop a fresh narrative about the village of Dalton and all of the good things that are happening there. In my opinion, Dalton doesn't need a spin doctor to weave yarns about what a wonderful place it is. Dalton needs transparency, integrity, honesty, and accountability. If Dalton officials want to change the narrative about their community of 23,000 residents, they ought to start by getting their own village government house in order. A mayor openly at odds with a board majority not only creates an unfavorable image of conflict and tension, it also undermines the community's hopes of improvement and success. Trustees in the majority said Monday they wanted to wait to hire a new media consultant until 3 new part-time customer service representatives were hired for the Department of Public Works. Trustee Tammy Brown said Village Administrator Dorothy Brown told Public Works Committee members Dalton would be unable to fill the positions due to cash flow concerns. I said the mayor and I would be looking at the hire list, Dorothy Brown responded. We have not even finalized looking at the hire list. We will take everything into consideration. Dorothy Brown is a former circuit court clerk for Cook County. She was not charged in connection with a federal bribery and corruption investigation of the clerk's office. She was criticized during her tenure for the office's lack of modernization, among other complaints. Henyard told me in May that Brown was heading her transition team. At the time, Henyard indicated she did not intend to seek Brown's appointment as village administrator. Henyard did not immediately respond Wednesday to a request for comment. Whatever goodwill Henyard rode into office seems to have evaporated. If the newly elected mayor experienced a honeymoon with the village board majority, it is over. It seems like the village board majority is determined to block Henyard at every turn. Dalton residents would be better served if Henyard and the board majority showed more mutual respect toward one another. It is reasonable to give state police time to investigate the shooting of Wilson by Dalton police. At the same time, Henyard ought to show more consideration for family members grieving the unexplained loss of a loved one and demonstrators seeking answers about the tragic event. Ted Slowick is a columnist at the Daily Southtown.
Oh, y'all, as Dalton turns, the Dalton and the Restless child. Oh my goodness. And when you just think about it, I want to go to something else because I know we're supposed to be talking about a lot of stuff. But let's talk about let's go to some retro let's go right here. Let's go to what happened. Okay. Dalton. Okay. A 19-year-old woman died and 2 police officers were seriously injured in South Suburban Dalton Tuesday after a wild confrontation with police ended in a shooting and crash. Dalton spokesman Sean Howard said police received a call from the employees of Baba's restaurant in the 600 block of Sibley Boulevard at 1 a.m. who said a woman with a gun was irate and the drive-thru was closed. Officers arrived on the scene and a woman and a male acquaintance were asked to get out the car. The acquaintance complied, but the investigators said the woman refused and was not fully dressed and frantic. The woman then started driving while one officer was reaching inside the vehicle to get keys, Howard said. Howard said he was halfway in the car trying to remove her, and that's when she took off. Okay. He saw the car, quote, he saw the car coming towards him. The vehicle was therefore being used as a weapon, Howard said. The officer discharged his weapon multiple times into the car. Okay. Let's quote again. Okay. Oh, you can hear it from him. I didn't know it was here. Hold on.
That officer discharges his weapon multiple times into the car, wounding the female passenger. Yet and still, our original officer, was still dragging from the car. She then ran into one of our Dalton squad cars and proceeded eastbound here on Sibley, running into this particular bike shop, yet and still with our officer still being drugged. Both officers were immediately transported to the hospital. Initially, we had reported that both were in very serious condition. I'm happy to say that one of the officers have been downgraded, appears to be okay. But yet our original officer who was drugged is in very, very serious condition. The mayor and police chief are at the hospital. We are asking all of our Dalton residents and Cook County residents to pray for our officers. Both families have now been contacted. Officers run into these particular matters. They don't run away from them. But once again, the officer saw the car being used as a weapon. There's body cam footage. There's footage from the video at the Baba's restaurant, and obviously there's residential videos in the area. In the Illinois
residential videos in the area. I didn't know that. So it's like people Ring cameras caught this. Did y'all know that? Interesting.
Illinois State Police is currently investigating the matter, and so it won't be much I have to say beyond that because I don't want to jeopardize the integrity of their investigation. So I'll just take a few questions.
One, do you have any idea when the body camera video may be released? And the second part of the question is, what was the woman wearing? Did she ever get out of the car? Or?
To the initial, I'll refer that to the Illinois State Police, but Baba's was closed. The restaurant was closed. She appeared to be very upset that she couldn't receive service. The restaurant had actually been closed for 30 minutes. And it was
The resident, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Did anybody know the restaurant was closed for 30 minutes? I'm watching this with y'all. I've never seen this press conference. I just looked this up. I just did a Google search. The restaurant was closed for 30 minutes. And she was still up there getting food. Didn't they hand her some food? Didn't she get the order wrong? Didn't they get the order wrong? I'm gonna drop the link only for people that I know. I'm trying to figure this out. Did she? Sorry, y'all, because people get kind of rude on here, show butts and stuff. The restaurant was closed. Hold on, y'all. I gotta check something out. Hold on 1 second. I gotta make a phone call. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I had to make a phone call because I didn't want to say the wrong thing. The restaurant was closed for 30 minutes and she was there getting her order. I've never watched this, I swear to y'all. I want to listen to this one more time.
Wearing, did you ever get out of the car? Or?
To the initial, I'll refer that to the Illinois State Police, but Baba's was closed. The restaurant was closed. She appeared to be very upset that she couldn't receive service. The restaurant had actually been closed for 30 minutes. And it was 12:55 was the first call that came in. So there was some form of exchange, and we want to applaud the employees at the Baba's for giving us.
Applaud the employees? Have y'all watched this before? Has anyone seen this before? I haven't. Okay. I feel like I'm losing myself right here. And I don't want to, I have a clear mind about this. This is my first time I ever saw the press conference. Baba's, can we follow? Anybody in here, just put a 1 if you're following. Baba's was closed for 30 minutes. Is that, we got to hear this for ourselves. Because I don't like to, this is his words, not mine. Baba's was closed for 30 minutes, Rage in Wyoming. Everybody in here. Maybe he meant to say appalled. Okay. Gardis. He's saying, y'all, okay, we got the biggest brain up in here. Gardis Watts, educated Watts. Gardis. He said that it was closed for 30 minutes. The restaurant closed at 1 o'clock. But the first call they received at 12:55. Am I following this correctly? Let's listen as well.
To the initial, I'll refer that to the Illinois State Police, but Baba's was closed. The restaurant was closed. She appeared to be very upset that she couldn't receive service. The restaurant had actually been closed for 30 minutes. And it was 12:55 was the first call that came in. So there was some form of exchange, and we want to applaud the employees.
Maybe I heard it wrong.
Have now been contacted. Officers run into these particular matters. They don't run away from them. But once again, the officer saw the car being used as a weapon. There's body cam footage. There's footage from the video at the Baba's restaurant, and obviously there's residential videos in the area. And the Illinois State Police is currently investigating the matter. And so it won't be much I have to say beyond that because I don't want to jeopardize the integrity of their investigation. So I'll just take a few questions.
One, do you have any idea when the body camera video may be released? And the second part of the question is, what was the woman wearing? Did she ever get out of the car? Or?
To the initial, I'll refer that to the Illinois State Police, but Baba's was closed. The restaurant was closed. She appeared to be very upset that she couldn't receive service. The restaurant had actually been closed for 30 minutes. And it was 12:55 was the first call that came in. So there was some form of exchange, and we want to applaud the employees at the Baba's for giving us an accurate description because the officers knew what they were up against once they arrived.
Has anyone viewed the body cam video and conveyed to you what it showed?
I can only say that the Illinois State Police took control of the video as by policy in every jurisdiction, so we'll refer that to them.
Has the woman been identified?
Not as of yet. We'll let the medical examiner make that determination.
The woman brandished the gun, pointed at police, gestured with the gun toward police.
All of those matters will be has been conveyed to the Illinois State Police, and we won't jeopardize again the integrity of their investigation.
You said the officer feared for his life on the vehicle.
Of course, the officer feared for us. There was the car is being used as a weapon. Our officer's being drugged. That's fear for life. The officer to which the car was pointed in direction. That's fear for life. Next question.
The other thing, I have two questions. One, what was the woman wearing during all this, and was the gun found in the car near the restaurant?
The Illinois State Police will answer the latter, but to the first point, it appeared she was in a halter top only. So we don't understand the rationale behind that, but that's indeed what was going on. The employees are at the police station giving us an accurate account of everything that happened, along with the video coverage, as well as residential videos, and also the male acquaintance is cooperating as well.
Has he been charged?
We're still early on, not as yet. And I'll have more information on that. If there is a charge, I'll let you know.
He was dragged.
Yes, all the way here. Yes.
Has anyone interviewed him yet? Has he said?
Well, right now the question is I don't know, but this officer is in very serious condition, so we're going to be very sensitive to his injuries, and I'm pretty sure that the Illinois State Police is being very cautious in that, because our concern right now, we have two officers that are very hurt. One that has been upgraded, thank God, but we still have an officer still fighting there, and don't know if it's life-threatening, but yet and still, he went to a very traumatic experience.
Did the woman?
I can't hear you. That has yet to be determined, but we know multiple, at least three, toward the offender, the now deceased offender.
But she did not fire any shots?
We don't know that as of yet.
Was she hit 3 times, or just 3 shots were fired?
3 shots were fired in her direction, at least.
At least. Did anyone at the restaurant, they said that she had a gun. Did she point the gun at anybody there?
Don't have that information right now. All that's being coalesced at the police station with the Illinois State Police. We got the first call at 12:55 a.m. The restaurant, apparently, according to the employees, had been closed, and even some of the lights off, and she was complaining that she wanted service, even though they were closed.
Okay, we're gonna have to. I made a call. Didn't Alexis make this order through like DoorDash? And we're gonna play a little bit. Remember that 12:55. Keep that. Put 12:55 a.m. in the comments.
I'm not aware of any other shooting incident. Nothing.
Did
No.
her companion?
Well, go here, then we'll go here. I'm sorry.
So when we're talking about the officer that was dragged, do you know his partner or how exactly was he killed?
Well, that's still kind of sketchy, but he was halfway in the vehicle trying to remove her, and that's when she took off.
Do we know if she was holding him though, or if he was holding him?
Don't know that as of yet, but he was being drugged. I can just say that legitimately.
What is the companion who was with this woman? What has he said about her?
Can't go into that right now.
Where she's from? Was she on anything? Nothing.
We won't release that as of today. If we have something later, the Illinois State Police will authorize that. Yeah, he's at the station being questioned.
But he hasn't been charged with anything.
Not as of yet, or if, I don't know yet.
And he hasn't been identified?
He won't be identified at this point, no. Any other questions? We want the general public to stay in prayer for our officers. Obviously, 1 in the morning is very traumatic, but again, this vehicle was being used as a weapon. The fellow officer feared the safety of his fellow officer's life. He acted accordingly to training. We support these officers, and every day, these policemen wake up not knowing what they're going to run into because they don't run away from anything. And so we applaud the Baba employees who gave us an accurate account that at least gave the officers some kind of resemblance of what they were running into.
How many employees were there at the time?
Not sure yet. Multiple employees, but I don't have an accurate.
Baba's restaurant is still open to this day. Okay. Baba's restaurant is still open to this day. I wonder if he even saw the body cam footage because he still goes to Illinois police. Now y'all got 12:55 in the 12:55 a.m. Let's go to. Let's see, because I felt like I heard him say the restaurant was closed for 30 minutes, right? And the first call came in at 12:55 a.m. Let's see if I picked up anything wrong. I wonder if he even got to see it. It's no shade. I'm wondering if he's just going off the accounts of what the officer said, or if he got to see it either. This is the problem with speaking publicly, right? Okay, let's see.
Discharged his weapon multiple times into the car, wounding the female passenger. Yet and still, our original officer, was still dragging from the car. She then ran into one of our Dalton squad cars and proceeded eastbound here on Sibley, running into this particular bike shop, yet and still with our officer still being drugged. Both officers were immediately transported to the hospital. Initially, we had reported that both were in very serious condition. I'm happy to say that one of the officers have been downgraded, appears to be okay. But yet our original officer who was drugged is in very, very serious condition. The mayor and police chief are at the hospital. We are asking all of our Dalton residents and Cook County residents to pray for our officers. Both families have now been contacted. Officers run into these particular matters. They don't run away from them. But once again, the officer saw the car being used as a weapon. There's body cam footage. There's footage from the video at the Baba's restaurant, and obviously there's residential videos in the area. And the Illinois State Police is currently investigating the matter. And so it won't be much I have to say beyond that because I don't want to jeopardize the integrity of their investigation. So I'll just take a few questions.
One, do you have any idea when the body camera video may be released? And the second part of the question is, what was the woman wearing? Did she ever get out of the car? Or?
To the initial, I'll refer that to the Illinois State Police, but Baba's was closed. The restaurant was closed. She appeared to be very upset that she couldn't receive service. The restaurant had actually been closed for 30 minutes. And it was 12:55 was the first call that came in. So there was some form of exchange, and we want to applaud.
Okay, so the restaurant was closed for 30 minutes. Let's see. The first call was at 12:55. Let's look at the body cam. Footage here. Now, I want to go here. Dalton spokesman Sean Howard said police received a call from employees at Baba's restaurant at the 600 block of Sibley Boulevard at about 1 a.m. who said a woman with a gun was irate that the drive-thru was closed. Okay. I don't live far from Baba's. Baba's is open all night. Here it says it's open at 1 till 1 a.m. The first call came at 12:55. Didn't they hand Alexis the wrong food order? Let's go here. Sorry, y'all, might be a commercial first. Let's see. This says 12:50 and 31 seconds. This is the drive-through. Let's see if we can get over here. This says 12:50. Okay.
Really terrifying moment.
Just wondering. So, I want to go back. I don't see where Tiffany is at. Where's Tiffany at giving this statement? I know we're all mad at Tiffany, but where's Tiffany at giving this statement? It was mentioned that she was being I just want to connect the dots. I think I'm gonna put this all together, because I think that if I go on a live, it would just go over everybody's head at that time. In this thing, let's continue to listen right quick. No, I think you guys picked up on it. I'll do a compilation later if I can. We heard the spokesman say that the Cook County Examiner's Office would look into it. This is older. This is 2008. But you guys could do your own research. Let's look at what happened to Jennifer Hudson's nephew. Let's just go back. This is just history. Let's see if we got video first. Okay, it doesn't have video. October 27, 2008. This is about Jennifer Hudson's nephew. The singer and actress was among 7 family members and close friends who have cried and held hands as they identified Julian King's body. Remember when Jennifer Hudson's whole family was killed? From a live image on television screen at the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office Monday afternoon. Chicago spokeswoman Monique Bond said the boy, like his grandmother and uncle, had been shot. The medical examiner's office planned a Tuesday autopsy. Chicago Police Superintendent Jody Weiss and a motive remained unclear Monday, but added it wasn't a case of a stranger-type homicide. Police have categorized the slayings as domestic related, and authorities have been questioning Julian's stepfather, who was estranged from the boy's mother and being held on parole violation. Okay. Julian's body was found shortly after 7 a.m. in a rear seat of the SUV, which matched the one mentioned in Amber Alert for the boy, and was parked on the street in a neighborhood of brownstone homes and apartment buildings. The vehicle was about 10 miles from the house where other victims were found, which was where Julian lived and where Hudson grew up. Hudson offered $100,000 Sunday for information leading to the safe return of her nephew, the son and her sister Julia said. Hudson's publicist did not immediately return calls and email messages. Ms. Hudson wanted to request privacy, quote, Cook County spokesman Sean Howard said after the family left the medical examiner's office. This is a very trying time for her and her family. So the spokesman of the Cook County Medical Examiner Office, Sean Howard, spokesman in Dalton, Sean Howard, spokesman in Harvey, Sean Howard, spokesman in Robbins, Sean Howard. It's all over. All over. So why wouldn't Tiffany, for someone that has such an extensive resume, trust Sean Howard to give her a statement? It wasn't that Sean Howard was somebody off the street. Sean Howard is the spokesman for the entire Southland. So why wouldn't she trust him? Now, listening to him, do I think he saw the body cam footage? No. At all. I don't think he saw it. Do I think that Tiffany saw it? No. I think they just got the account from the police award of police, you know, what they said. So he has a lifetime achievement, a presidential lifetime achievement. Who else got presidential lifetime achievements this year? Valerie Stubbs, Jason Howes, Sherry Britton. Everybody's getting these lifetime achievement awards. Why wouldn't she trust him? This is really a good article about Sean's resume as well. I think this is something everyone should read. It wasn't like Burgundy Blue came off the street and said, hey, let me do PR for you. This is a man that really has a background. This is not someone off the street. let's just read this part. Sean Howard's work ethic has been considered best in class by many of the leaders who have benefited from his efforts. He has managed and coordinated several political campaigns and civic-related missions. He has hosted his own radio and television shows, as well as moderated numerous community forums. He has received countless honors and recognitions during the 2022 Defender Men of Excellence Award for his enormous work. Wait a minute, who else got an award that day? Who else got a Defender Man? Hold on. Who else got an award? Who else got an award that? I feel like somebody else got an award. Was it the same year? Hold on.
A big award for a big South suburban philanthropist. Early Walker today received the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award during a service at Fellowship Chicago Church. Walker's the owner of W&W Towing and has donated thousands of dollars to food drives and programs that help lift people out of poverty. Various city officials took part in that presentation of the award, which is signed by President Biden.
I was ecstatic, I was elated, but more importantly, I was shocked. I was literally in I guess, disbelief that, the President of the United States, would find it in his heart, to reach out to someone, in Chicago.
Walker's also used his towing company to transport millions of gallons of clean drinking water to communities in need throughout the country.
Wait a minute. Who is that? Prayers to this family. Who is that? Who got the news out there? We only could tell by the side and the back. I'm just asking. I'm just sitting here. Prayers for that family. And thankful to Early Walker. Now, did you hear the funeral home that was helping the family? Did y'all hear the funeral home name? Now, when the mother that was driving down Lincoln Avenue. Now, let's go back. Now, does anyone know who Early Walker is? Right. And anybody know? Put a 1 in the chat if you know. Okay. So Early Walker has a baby by Tiffany Henyard. Or Tiffany Henyard has a baby by Early Walker. Right? And when we lived out here, in the beginning, Early Walker was all over Dalton every day as Tiffany as a trustee. And he even got a contract with Dalton at one time. But then Tiffany and him broke up and he ended up marrying the beautiful newscaster Tia Ewing. She's just gorgeous. He got with Tia Ewing on Channel 32. Tia be like, y'all get somebody else to do it. She'd be like, nope. Get somebody else to cover Tiffany. Because Tiffany had to write a whole letter, which is on Thornton Township website, which get us out the group chat. I don't understand why that's on Thornton Township website. When you go to Thornton Township website, the first thing you see from the desk of the supervisor is this. This is how, that's why we don't see Dane Planko out here no more. But it's on the letterhead from Thornton Township, and it says it's from June 2023. Consider this a communication, a formal request as the leadership and staff of Fox 32 News Chicago to address its conflict of interest and continuous racial and misogynistic targeting coverage of myself, the village of Dalton, Thornton Township, and all agencies I represent as a public official. It is no coincidence that Fox 32 investigative journalist Tia Ewing Walker, wife of Early Walker, has used her influence as a journalist to convince staff members of your network to engage in malicious smear campaign against me and my staff to discredit the positive work we do here in the South suburbs, as it means to assist her husband as we engage in a custody dispute over our child, Mrs. Ewing's stepdaughter. By allowing Miss Ewing, whoever wrote this, they went from Mrs. and Miss, I don't know, Miss Ewing and the other journalists like Dane Planko to print, cover, and produce knowingly false and defamatory accusations toward myself and the countless members of my staff in a blatantly erroneous matter, you are subjecting Fox 32 Chicago, its networks, and other media sources to liability. The behavior also violates ethical standards Fox 32 Chicago has been known to uphold. Furthermore, if you continue to purposely produce biased and non-factual content about me, I will use whatever resources at my disposal to ensure the public is aware at this conflict of interest and Fox 32's failure to address it. Okay, so that's the whole thing. So Tiffany look, and reach out to Keith Freeman. Feel free to reach out to Keith Freeman. So who you think wrote this again? Do you think somebody wrote this statement for Tiffany, or Tiffany wrote this statement? And reach out to Keith Freeman, okay? Reach out to Keith Freeman. Given Miss Ewing and Dane Planko's interest in our community, I thought I should mention that Thornton Township was just awarded the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada's Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. They did? I'm gonna have to look that up. I believe this and other relevant information was left out of none of these topics would help Miss Ewing's husband and his legal dispute with me. So they remain covered by your statement. So pause. Tiffany had to go public, and I don't know why this is on the Thornton Township website, but it's there, and say that she needs Tia and Dane to leave her alone. Okay. And she said this is all because she's in a dispute with her baby daddy. Okay. Now, y'all want to put up that fornication. I saw YouTubers reporting that fornication is a sin in the state of Illinois. It's been fornication all over, okay? All over, everybody. But the main thing is Tiffany is a public official, so I understand that part. My whole thing is that you guys don't hold anybody else responsible for anything, or connect the dots. So Tiffany was here, and while she was here, this was going on too. Let's see if we can look at this. Now, what is this? What year is this? 2020? This is 2020. So at this time, let's see. I want to say at this time, and we're just reporting on what was going on. Let's see if we can play this. Okay, let's just read it. So this is February 14th, 2020. So this is okay, so this is 5 years ago, right? So it says cars sold at a recent auction could have been used in a crime. Officials in South Suburban Dalton are accusing a tow truck company of releasing cars meant to be stored as evidence in criminal investigation. The owner of the tow company says it's all politically motivated. W&W Towing has contracts with nearly 20 police departments, including the village of Dalton. Early Walker, who owns the company, says he was awarded the contract in 2016. And he says he had issues with the village ever since. It's been straight hell, he said, without elaborating. Sources close to Village Hall say several cars have been seized, right, in various crimes and stored at the W&W lot, and they've gone missing. So Illinois State Police are looking into at least a 2019 Jeep, a Dodge Challenger, and a 94 Jeep, but sources claim they are more. The 2019 Jeep was mistakenly sold at an auction. Walker takes responsibility for the Jeep, but says he had the former police chief signed off on demolish. He had the former police chief signed off to demolish the 94 Jeep? In an email, Dalton police accused the towing company of stealing the Challenger, saying there were also a Challenger Dalton. Oh, I'm sorry. There also was a Dodge Challenger in his lot set for forfeiture, and one of his employees stole and was fleeing from police in several months that he never notified us. Walker says the Challenger isn't missing. Everything else was on the list. It has been accounted for. I really don't see the issue other than political attacks. So this has been like just in the middle, just getting into politics. Just everybody. Everybody has something to say. Everybody feels like, hold on one second, guys. Wait a minute. Who? Now, let's watch this. 4 years ago. And I will say this, you never know who you're getting in bed with, no pun intended. When it comes to politics, it gets really tricky. You think people have the best interests in hand, and they don't.
As stated, my group, I'm telling, don't shoot, group of business owners. We have pledged.
Who's standing in the background?
Reward amount of $10,000 to add to the award amount that's already been placed. Here it is a man that gave his life to the city. Retired, finally was able to retire to try to enjoy his life, and now his life has been taken. There's someone out here that knows who these individuals are. Do the right thing, remain anonymous. As I stated before, I mean, one of the distinct things in our reward money is that you can receive a portion of the funds immediately. I mean, if you need those funds to relocate, to move, we just want justice for this family. Here it is, he was trying to get some popcorn and his life was taken over a vehicle. So we are asking that if there's anyone out here, you guys have seen the video, someone knows something. Someone went to school with one of these individuals. This family deserves justice. We do believe that you guys just wanted the vehicle. You are one of the shooters out here. We don't believe this was an intentional act. We just want you to turn yourself in. This family deserves justice. Do the right thing.
Okay, I think my question is, how did he start getting in front of all these cameras? That's my only question. Thank you for the all that work. I definitely thank Early Walker for that. I don't think nobody would deny that. But what happened? How did he start getting in front of all these cameras? All right, you guys, I'm gonna get off of here. But I just think it's something that you guys should look at. It's very interesting to see, like, how do people get in front of the cameras? How did they get involved? What was their involvement in Dalton back in the day? I'm gonna have to get some coffee because I'm definitely falling asleep up here. Not falling asleep, but I'm dragging. What was their involvement first? You know what I mean? What was going on first? What was their involvement? How did they become involved? Like, let's look at this older video. Oh, how is Mama Hill in this video? Look how she's been around. Prayers to this family. This is stuff that happened in Dalton years ago. You know, things that is really interesting.
Distraught and demanding justice. MC5's Lexi Suter live in Hyde Park where that woman is hospitalized. Lexi?
Michelle, Marsha McGill is still hanging on tonight. Her family does tell me she is very critical and they are praying for a miracle. 40-year-old Marsha McGill is a wife, a mother, and a beloved member of the Dalton community, well known for her character and her compassion.
Not a day that you don't see her with her kids. I mean, it's not a day that you will not see her without her children.
McGill was with her children when she was shot in the head Wednesday night. She was leaving a daycare on Sibley Boulevard when bullets came through her minivan window. The children witnessed it all, but were not hurt.
Sibley is a horrible hot spot. It really, really is.
This is like the third time this week something has happened, so, it's getting pretty bad.
Earlier this week, there was a shooting and attempted robbery on this same block. Police don't believe.
This was the time where Tiffany was announcing, and that's the bobblehead time, right? Tiffany was announcing that it was shootings in the area, and we needed to be aware as a community, right? But let's see what happened after that. Let's see who we see during this time. This is 5 years ago.
Dalton's family's mourning. A mother shot inches from her 4 young daughters. 2 days after that shooting, this afternoon, that mother died. CBS News' Jeremy Ross is live in the control room tonight with more on the victim and the ongoing investigation. Jeremy.
And good evening. We know the police are in communication with the family, but not a lot of details outside of that. The family asking for help with this crime and receiving help when it comes to saying their goodbyes.
You have a whole community of law enforcement agents, state police, everyone looking, and you're not going to get away with this.
SWAT teams moved in Wednesday, sparks and smoke in their wake, searching for a shooter, but ultimately not finding the person.
Now, y'all steady be saying Tiffany had, not saying the SWAT where people call the police, but y'all said the SWAT team came out to the Village Hall many times. Now, this is before Tiffany was mayor. Who y'all see walking down the street? Have y'all seen this happen the whole time Tiffany was mayor? Have you seen anything like this happen? Look at this.
You have a whole community of law enforcement agents, state police, everyone looking, and you're not going to get away with this.
SWAT teams moved in Wednesday, sparks and smoke in their wake, searching for a shooter, but ultimately not finding the person responsible for hitting a Dalton mother of 8 in the head. The gunshot injuries proving too much for 40-year-old Marcia Bowman Friday. Through a spokesperson, her husband saying,
At 11:55 a.m. will always resonate for the rest of his life. That's when the doctors came in an adjacent room and told him that they had done all they could.
Sean Howard describes the 40-year-old driving home when someone in another car started shooting. She may have been caught in the crossfire when two groups targeted each other, her husband struggling with the death and with the innocent passengers inside the car at the time.
He has begun the process to get counseling for his 4 youngest girls who witnessed this crime.
A total senseless act of gun violence.
All girls 1, 4, 8, and 9.
How are they doing?
Distraught. He had to deliver the news this afternoon to them.
Just felt like we definitely had to get involved.
Early Walker, co-owner of McFarland and Walker Funeral Services, says they're covering the costs of the funeral and helping with the burial.
If this doesn't affect us, I don't know what will.
And she just had a heart for people, a heart for community.
Described as a pillar of her family, this mom will be remembered as a loving woman as police look for the person or people who caused the violence and a family's pain.
They'll bring these individuals or individual to justice.
A GoFundMe account has been set up to help the family. If you have any additional.
Okay. This is why history is important. So at this time, I guess Early Walker had a funeral home partnership. So he jumped in front of a lot of the gun violence. And this is not the only one. He offered funeral service to pay for a portion of funeral service for a lot of the people that suffered their lives to gun violence through his funeral home. And thank you for the philanthropy for sure. Thank you for giving back to the community for sure. But notice, I just want you guys to say, not say but, I'm not saying that doesn't matter, but notice how the funeral home, it's a lot of PR. The funeral home is mentioned, giving back is mentioned, the tow truck company is mentioned. This is PR and things going on for sure. For sure. And this was before Tiffany. Now, when y'all tell me y'all seen something like this happening, now this is the most horrible mayor in Dalton. Have y'all seen anything like this happening while she was mayor? I'm just gonna pause it. Anything like where you see the SWAT, like where news is reporting. I'm not the end all be all of Dalton, so I'm not there with eyes everywhere. I only could tell you what I see. Have y'all seen the news? Maybe I'm missing it. Come out where they're showing SWAT, Army fatigue, National Guard walking down the street, even with all of the cries from help from our government, from our locals here, saying this is a bad mayor. And prayers to this young lady family. I think it's so sad. I had a friend, she lost a son to gun violence here in Dalton as well. And we've covered her story. No one knows she's my friend because it's Burgundy Blue over here. But I cover this story often because no one even cares about her son and what happened to him because it's no money involved in it, for instance. It's just no money. That's how she feels. There's no money involved in it. She's went to the trustees. She's asked for help. She's went to the mayor. She's asked for help. No one's covering this story. It's nothing in it. He's just another black kid that got gunned down out here in Dalton. And that's all that, it's no kind of big news about it. Nothing. So it fades away in the darkness when she's been saying, hey, you know what? I need help. I need help. No one cares. No one cares. So I have to get coffee too. Yeah, I'm trying. It was -16 out there. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna get out of here because I have a meeting too, and we were long-winded. But I wanted to just try to connect the dots for you a little bit. I think we're just involved, us as residents. I think we're just involved, us as the people watching in. We're involved with a bunch of people, a bunch of friends. They were friends. Something went wrong. They appointed Tiffany to Thornton Township because they thought they could control her. Tiffany broke bad. Like, y'all ain't about to control me. I'm about to control this whole thing, and everything went wrong. I think you have to look into everything before you you know what, not to get, this is kind of gossipy, but not to get into early in Tiffany business, but I wonder what's happening there. Okay, if Tiffany's so bad, he's watching the evictions go on. I'm just talking gossip right now. Okay, so Early's over there with his wife and children, and he's over there. He has other children, before he had a baby with Tiffany, right? No shade, just what it is. It's life. Who didn't? I had a kid out of what like it's happened. Okay, don't recommend it. It happened. So how does he feel seeing that this baby has to go to school in Dalton? The mom's the mayor. People are pulling up to the house where the baby is. Kamal's walking around with the baby. He's supposed to be a horrible person. How does Early really feel as a philanthropist out here in the community? I know it's this whole custody and parentage. They want to find out the parentage, and y'all put all that out there in the streets. I saw that. But how does he feel? What's going on? This is this awful person. We heard live on YouTube, y'all covered it, that y'all said allegedly Tiffany smacked her baby in the face. They supposed to have proof. What does he plan to do? That brings me into, we'll end it with the Detroit mom. And I have something to say before I go. I love Cara Wilson. Shout out to Cara. I love her dearly. I support her every step of the way. I want to say something, and I don't mean to throw him into it, but it's burning me up not to say it. Nobody said anything about Alexis Wilson on the YouTube streets before only one person. Only one person took time to do a live about Alexis Wilson, Cara Wilson, and actually brought Alonzo Wilson on the platform, because we always forget Alexis had a daddy, right? We always forget that. and that is Late Night Crew. Shout out to Shay from Late Night Crew. When he started covering Dalton, y'all tried to just ruin his life. Y'all was all good when Kiana Belcher wore a Late Night Crew t-shirt to a board meeting and sat up there and then called Shay live. This is all documented. Called Shay live and said, "Hey Shay, did you see me? I wore your Late Night Crew t-shirt." Y'all thought it was the coolest thing ever. But when he sat down, had an interview with Cara Wilson and Alonzo Wilson over their daughter, Alexis Wilson, he was the only one to do it before everybody else jumped and picked it up. He sat down and covered it. So shout out to LNC. Thank you for caring about Dalton directly. Nobody looked into Cara. Nobody cared about Alexis. No. So I would like to give Shay his flowers for that. He was the only one that sat out there and covered it first and gave her a platform. Then what happened? O'Shea Duke Jackson, he covered it. Other YouTubers, they started covering it. And he's the one that broke it. Y'all wasn't caring about Cara. She had lost her baby already. Y'all wasn't caring. Only the people that stood outside with Cara cared. And can I say, Sean Howard made that statement about Alexis Wilson. Y'all ain't protest there. Not saying Cara, I'm just saying YouTube. Y'all didn't protest them. Chief Collins, he made a statement. Y'all didn't go off and go protest in front of Chief Collins' house. May I also say, y'all didn't even protest in front of the 2 officers' house. It's Mayor Tiffany Henyard Park. Not even the officer that shot her point blank in the head. Y'all didn't even protest there. Isn't that something? Y'all didn't even protest there. He shot her in the head twice. Y'all didn't even protest in front of his house. It was all Tiffany's fault. Andrew Holmes SA'd someone allegedly in Vegas. Who lost sleep that night? Tiffany, her mama, and her neighbors. Y'all said Tiffany don't live there. This just where the address she as a public official. This man SA'd someone allegedly in Vegas. He ain't lost a wink of sleep. Y'all ain't go stand in front of his registered address and cause hell, right? It's always Tiffany. That's the point I want to make. Everybody could rest. I know she's the leader. I know she's the mayor, but it's always Tiffany. Did y'all notice that? But it's justice. Those officers still got a job, still policing, still walking around. But it's justice. Okay. So back to, I was talking about Early Walker and Tiffany. I'm like, this was the gossip part. I was like, how do he feel that do he get to visit his daughter? Do the daughter know that's her daddy? Is she going to find out that's her daddy only through media in the future? Because all this stuff, this girl going to go to high school and all this stuff is going to be on YouTube about her mama, right? And so how does he feel? So that brings me into the Detroit mother. And we got 2 sides of the story. We get the mother side, then we get the father side. Let's go to that. I'm just wondering. Hey, Sloan. I'm just saying. Somebody took advantage of somebody else. And he able to be everywhere. He's still sitting there. Nobody calls for his resignation. Nothing like that. The board would never ask him to step down. Right? Now, they might, when Jason House, if he becomes mayor, that might be the only time they vote for Andrew Holmes to step down. Because let's say Jason House becomes mayor and one of his people on his slate does not get in, then he could ask Andrew to step down and ask for the board's vote, I guess. And then they could put whoever they want back in Andrew's seat. Because right now, if Tiffany does it, the board would put whoever they want in Andrew's seat, which would be Ed Steve, right? Something like that, because that's what it'll go to. But Gardy says, now, Bird, why are you trying to talk sense to people who want to support a situation that makes no sense? Who had gout? Who had gout? Somebody had gout. Y'all gotta feel. Shauna, how you doing today? But that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all, like, we out here calling Tiffany. Has anyone got up there and called Andrew Holmes? Like, has anyone got up there? Like, I'm trying to recall in my head while I'm thinking it. Has anyone got up there and called Andrew Holmes a bitch? This man, he allegedly did the worst thing you could do ever in life. Has anyone called him a bitch? Has anyone really, like, really said it? Or anything like that? Andrew Holmes not married, is he? Okay. All right. Let's go, y'all. But it's always, let's go back to this Detroit lady. I'm sorry, y'all get me going down there. I'm just saying, why don't we as a people, why we never harass Andrew Holmes? Walk every day. Nobody harasses him. Nobody pull the cameras out and start putting in his face when he walking up and down the street. No.
The 29-year-old mother of the two kids that likely froze to death Monday in the parking structure of the Hollywood casino.
Maybe I asked the wrong people for help. But that was the only thing I did wrong.
Tatiana, remembering how many times she reached out for a place to live, she asked the father of the two kids that died.
He had an excuse every time. Either he's working, they can't come where he's living. He lived with a female, and the parents and them don't want kids there or something.
She also asked the city of Detroit for help.
I reached out in November. I reached out before that. I've been on a cam list for a long time. And every time I called and asked if they have a bed, they said they don't have family beds.
So the 7 of them had been sleeping in their 2002 Town and Country van since November. But the kids had everything else.
They ate every day, all day. Goodies, food. They didn't want for nothing. Every day they went to school. I had one mistake.
And the kid's grandmother, 49-year-old Yvette Goodman, was also in the van that day. Did the van run out of gas?
I have no idea what happened. I have no idea.
Did you fall asleep?
Yes.
And then when you woke?
Only night I fell asleep. I usually be woke.
And when you woke up, what happened?
My grandson wasn't moving.
A GoFundMe account has been set up to help the family.
That's one of the reasons we did set the GoFundMe up, so she will be able to have housing for herself and the children, her other remaining children.
We'll put a link to the GoFundMe account on our website, fox2detroit.com.
Let's go to the father and what he had to say. Then we'll go to what social media is saying.
We're going to turn to our other big story of the night. A father speaking to us tonight after learning 2 of his kids died from exposure to the cold in a casino parking lot.
Yesterday, 7 News Detroit reporter Darren Cunningham spoke to the mother of those 2 kids about the tragic situation.
Yesterday, I woke them up to wake them up from school. My son wasn't moving. And I kept saying, Freddie, please get up. Please.
Well, tonight, Darren is getting the father's side of this story, hearing about the moment he learned 2 of his children had passed away.
Darnell Curry Sr. wiped away tears while talking with me about his children, Darnell Jr. and Amelia, and the distressing phone call he says he took from their mother, Tatiana Williams, on Monday.
I went to the gym. As soon as I got on the treadmill, she called saying, can I make it to the hospital right now? They gone. I was hoping it was a sick joke, but it wasn't.
According to Detroit police, 9-year-old Darnell Jr. and 2-year-old Amelia died while sleeping in a vehicle at the Hollywood Casino at Greektown parking garage. Investigators say the cause appears to be hypothermia, a tragedy stemming from homelessness.
I tried. I asked for help. I asked everybody, even people out of state. But I tried. I tried to keep hotels. I tried to pay people to stay there. It wasn't working for me. You know, people just didn't like too many kids at their house.
I spoke with the children's mother Tuesday evening. She told me she's been living in her vehicle for 3 months, along with her 4 kids, her mother, and 2 teenage siblings. She says she reached out to Curry, who's the father of 3 of her children.
I asked him, I said, can you get your kids for me? I said, I need help. You know I'm homeless. I done kept a room this long. I couldn't keep it no more.
They were homeless. Had Tatiana ever reached out asking to?
No, she did not. All she said was, can I get them? Can I get them just to get them? And can I get them because y'all homeless? That's 2 different things.
She said she had been homeless for 3 months.
See, that's what I saw, about 3 months, but she ain't never said nothing to me. Nothing. So all them other sob stories, they can cut all that. No, she did not.
Curry, who lives in Novi, says Williams never spent.
Now, you know what? I think they're both hurting. I'm going to say that. Shoot. I feel like, Shauna, it's so hard to talk about this situation. And I feel like Keith is, I feel like that could be a situation too. Let me tell you something. I think it was a problem that the grandmother was in the car with her 2 kids. Where they dad at, if they're still with us. And if they're not, where their dad family is at. And where's the grandmother family? So her mother is staying in the car with 2 kids. That means this young lady's siblings. She's staying in the car with her 4 kids. Okay. The heat goes out. If y'all didn't realize y'all was freezing, you didn't think a 2-year-old would, I mean, like, I don't know if it was body heat. I'm trying not to, but it's so much going on because you know what? I haven't been in this situation, but I've been one paycheck away from the situation. Okay. One stumble. I've been close enough. You know, one failed rent payment away from this. I've been there. So I can say that. But it's so many situations. It's so many things I think about. By her sleeping in that parking garage, I get it. You sleeping in a parking garage at the casino, right? Because it's sort of indoor parking and you know you could be safe. But I'm thinking, would a casino be liable too? Because you know how security do their rounds. You know, you can't really park on the street. And even though it's an indoor, outdoor, it's like sort of semi better to have that kind of shelter than none. The thing is, the history was she went around, like she said, I went everywhere and asked for help. I think that's the only reason she didn't end up in jail. Because the Detroit police, Department of Family Service, everyone was able to track her calling around asking for help in state, out of state. Now I was watching Anton Daniels and he covered the fact that where the father lived, where he lived was an affluent neighborhood. I didn't know much about Detroit. So he was saying it was an affluent neighborhood where he lives. Okay. Now social media then went and dug up the man because, okay, on social media, because I'm on TikTok, follow me over there, Burgundy Blue Commentary. I'm over there on TikTok where I'm watching everything. And so the man cousin, she gets online, explain his side of the story. And then the young lady, her cousin, gets online and explains her side of the story. But the bottom line is nobody helped them when they needed help. Like he's saying, she could stop all those sob stories. These are tears falling from his eye. He is hurt too. Let's finish that.
Close to each other, so I couldn't. But she knows all my family is right around the corner from her.
I didn't like that part. When he said she knows all the family is right around the corner. And look at Detroit shade right there. They're talking about the snow and how cold it is. Look at this. He's saying my family lived right around the corner. Why didn't, when she called for him to keep them, he possibly said, you know what, you could drop them off at my mama's house. Let me call her. Or ask that family. I don't think it was as easy as we think it is. You know what I mean? So let's listen a little more.
Did she reach out to any of your family?
No, she did not. And she knows she could have, like we always used to do.
He says the last time he held his children was a month or 2 ago, and that they typically FaceTime, moments he will miss. And there's a, police investigation into this. What is it you would like to see come of this? Obviously, nothing's going to bring back your 9-year-old and your 2-year-old.
Doesn't even matter to me. Can't get them back, so It's whatever.
Darren Cunningham, 7.
Y'all, that is not a 9-year-old and that is not a 2-year-old. But I'll go
News
ahead.
Detroit.
So they done found this man's family. Let's listen to what the newscaster tells us to do. The anchor woman.
No, you cannot get them back. Our heart aches for this family. I mean, there's so many people reaching out, trying to help. And you know, I would just say, I mean, to anybody in our community, if your children are cold and go inside somewhere, beg for help if you can, so nothing like this ever happens again.
And as I learned today, there are shelters in those kind of situations, even if it's not ideal. Shelters are your best policy at that moment.
Shelters, there are churches, there are people who will take you in. And I
try to call them right now. Try to call them right now. You're off the list. It's overcrowded. These rules. Some people said, I was listening on TikTok, and thanks, Miss Indias. Some people were saying that because people was like, you should have blamed the school. They were saying that the school was that the kids were immaculate. Like when the kids were not underfed, they always looked nice, they dressed nice. I think the only thing was she did not have a roof for these children. Like she fed them, they were well clothed, so the school didn't really see where they should call for an incident report. And they probably was trained, don't tell nobody that we're living in a car because they're going to take you away from your mom. They probably was trained that. I'm not going to lie. But the grandmother in the car too, 49 years old with her 2 kids. Is something wrong? It's just a whole rotation. It's for you to have 4 kids and not be 3 kids by this young man. And for him to have 3 kids with her, it was crazy. So this is the TikTok drama. So people have found him and his girlfriend, right? This is who he was living with. Educated woman. Educated woman living in a wonderful neighborhood, her own house, allegedly, with this lady's baby daddy, right? And he has 3 kids with her, the youngest being 2. Okay. So he's living it up over here in this young lady's house, right? And TikTok was all over it. They're all over it. They done found him. And he's posted up, living a good life, dressed great, hair freshly done. It always bothers me when people be like, when they see people and they be like, well, why her lashes done? What you want me to be down in the gutter all the way toe up for me? You want me to look the way I'm going through, but I could be doing my own lashes and be homeless. But this is the couple that they found on TikTok, y'all. So they're asking them questions. Now, his family came in a defense. They were like, yeah, he living with his girlfriend. He didn't have nowhere to live either. So these are 2 homeless parents. Well, he's not homeless no more because he found a house to live in. Okay. So TikTok they found them, y'all, and they have questions. So I think it's more of, this is when we have to hold ourselves accountable. And I mean, even the mother, even the father, we have to hold them both accountable. Like, how was you sleeping well at night and you didn't know if your children was in the best care? Now they're all over the internet calling her a bum. She been a bum. She been a bum. She's slow. Now this is the other side of the family calling her a bum and saying she's been slow. Why y'all leave the kids with her? Why he live? If y'all saying she was a bum and slow, why y'all leave the kids there? Now we got two dead children. Because now it's a tragedy. So he hasn't seen the kids in a month or 2. But it's so many levels to this. Just stopping, like, they couldn't afford the first baby. They kept going. Now I heard on TikTok, because like this is where the family, you guys can find all the juice over there. They said that the mother had a job. It just wasn't enough. Like, she's a CNA worker. He got a job. I don't know. This is what TikTok's saying. He has a low paying job as well. Not bad, not minimum wage, but not enough to take care of 3 children. And if she has 4 children, where's the other father at? Where are the children now? Are the children still in her care? So can I ask y'all something when we go back and we circle back around to this mother? When we circle back around and you look at how I'm trying to just think about it. We look at, without me saying it, we look at this Detroit mother, and y'all go on. Now that's Detroit, and this is Dalton, right outside of Chicago. Y'all go on and on about how food boxes aren't important. Why is the township even paying for somebody's lights? Why y'all cutting grass? Like all type of stuff. Do you see how it's a lot of people out here that need help, and we just shame them? We just shame them. Hell, I could use myself as a example. I'm on here on YouTube, and people be like, "Oh, other YouTubers." They'll have the Cash App up on their own platform and say, "Burgundy over there begging for money. She broke. Don't know anything about my life, my situation, anything. Burgundy over there begging for money." But as soon as something happened to Burgundy, why y'all didn't help her? I would have helped her. That's what I feel about this mother. It's another thing. I want to hold on. Let me pull up this Detroit other mother. Let me see if we got it up here. I saw it on I saw it on Messy Michonne channel. Let me go to Messy Michonne. I didn't know this Messy Michonne. If you need me to take it down, just tell me. I saw this only on her live. I'm gonna cover that. She's live right now. Oh no, she's doing Pop the Balloon. That's my stuff. Okay, let's see. And Pineapple Show. Let's see. Let's go to this. She had a great live today. Let me look at her chat first and see if it's down, if she has a link. No, so we're going to go ahead and cover it here. So let's listen to this Detroit mom right here. And let's listen to Messy Michonne. Can someone put Messy Michonne in any of my mods? Put her link in the chat. You guys give her a follow. Let's really listen to her commentary was really good at this. Because I was like, wow, I didn't know this was going on. She found another Detroit mother.
Need of housing spotlights demand for Detroit area shelters. Actually, before I get into it, because I know this will be Donald Trump's fault, where are the local leaders, the politicians, the aldermen, and all those people that are in the actual state and city to help out with doing anything for this? No one ever wants to spotlight them and what their actions are and what it is that they are or are not doing, but want to make sure that they take the far reach as the actual problem. But let's hear what it is.
It's peekaboo and patty cake. 1-year-old Kiera plays with her mom, Dana Bledsoe, while 9-year-old Nakia watches TV. Their belongings in bags on the floor. This is one of the many families in need of housing.
Everybody is saying that we're full.
Raquel Bledsoe is Dana's sister. She says she's been trying to find a safe place for them to go. Right now, they're with her, but she rents a flat in Detroit and they can't stay.
I've called multiple shelters. I've called in Sterling Heights, I've called in Warren, I've called in Detroit, I've called Wayne Metro.
Bledsoe says her sister is cognitively impaired and used to live with their grandmother, who passed away a couple of years ago.
You know, I don't want to keep the kid on the screen, so that's why I'm backtracking it. We have some cognitive disabilities. Okay, they said it. I'm just reiterating what I heard. And with cognitive disabilities, we still can manage to have children. So where that baby daddy at? Because when I ask it, it's a problem. But when y'all ask it, it's okay. Not y'all. You know what I'm saying? This is a baby. I don't even think it's a 1-year-old baby. But no daddy, nobody to help from that perspective, or the 9-year-old's daddy either.
And I have to say, I agree. And I'm not putting it all on the daddies, but I agree with Messy Michonne commentary here. Where's the families? the families, reach out. It's different when you're the mother of the, the baby. I always tell my friends that are grandmothers, we know, the mother, paternal grandmother and maternal grandmother, different things. But as long as they know that the house is, that you're open, you know what I mean? Open if that comes about. Now, what is cognitive disabilities? Like, she has a 1-year-old sitting on her lap right now. I'm not a therapist or anything like that. I can't diagnose. But it says cognitive disabilities refer to a group of conditions that affect a person's ability to think, learn, remember, and make decisions. These disabilities can vary in severity and impact different aspects of cognitive functioning. Okay. And she still is able to have babies, though. You know what I mean? That don't stop anything. And where now she's homeless, and these 2 children, they look up to their mother. They're looking up to their parent to provide shelter, food. When you're a baby, you're dependent on everything, right? You're dependent on everything. When you're a child, you're dependent on everything, and they don't have that. So this is an issue. The issue exactly with the Detroit mother, it goes beyond just a mother and father issue. But even look at what he was saying. She could skip all those sob stories. This is the biggest sob story if I ever seen one. Like, I'm not trying to be funny. Like, I'm like, this is the biggest sob story. Like, that never ends. So for her to keep calling for help, and this is proven, she called for help. Where are the other children? Where are the other children? Right now, where are the other children? So now I'm predicting, this is Burgundy Damas. I'm predicting we're going to have a problem with that GoFundMe account. We're going to have Lord, let's not even think about the children's funeral. Please, y'all, behave yourselves. That's going to be a spectacle. And we're talking about the Detroit mom. Can y'all imagine in the chat? Can you imagine what that funeral is going to be like? Because TikTok's in a tizzy over it. Yeah. Women with learning challenges are vulnerable to predatory men. And let's say, okay, let's not everybody's talking about learning disabilities. We're not saying any of these mothers, but let's say if the mother has or the father have fell into, someone who's the primary caretaker of the children fell into drug issues, gambling issues, PTSD. They went away. They faced something in a horrible situation. They have They were normal at first, and I'm saying air quotes normal, and then all of a sudden something affected them where they're not normal. What if they have medical issues? We have been in a society where it's okay to be a single parent, and it's okay we think we can do about. No, it takes a village. It takes everyone. They don't have to get along. Like, I'm wondering how this young lady feels knowing, did she even know? I'm not going to blame this girl. Let's just talk about it. I have not heard from her yet. What if, we're just throwing it out there. What if she didn't know he had 3 kids? What if he was telling her the kids were fine, they with their mama? What if she looked on the news and just saw these 2 kids froze in a parking garage, and she had a nice place where they could have stayed? I can't blame her. I don't know. Because sometimes we only know what people tell us. I'm just saying, what if? We don't know. It's 2 sides to every story. So what if this her boyfriend, and he was like, and she like, well, why didn't you get the kids on the weekend? They at my grandma's house. What if she don't know? What if he was FaceTiming thinking the kids were okay? Right? Maybe he did. I don't know. I just think it's odd. If she said, can you come get your kids, and you didn't? Well, if you got to work, she got to work. So y'all work it out. Right? And it was a panel last night, and people was like, they were defending him, and they were like, well, if my baby daddy I got to tell my baby daddy, this is a quote. Well, I got to tell my baby daddy what he needs to get the kids for. I have to tell him my business, and it depends on what I got to do if he gets the kids or not. What? What? Depends on what you got to do. Interesting. But this is the mentality that we're at right now. The other children that where was those oh, that's such a cute picture, Sunshine and Rainbow's nursery. Where were the other families? Where were the family before? And I know that's coulda, woulda, shoulda. And I can't say, I only could talk about that mother that we just pulled up. I don't know. But just think, the mother 29. The mother's 29. The grandmother's 49. And somebody put in the comments, and the baby's 9. And they all was sleeping in the car. But she asked for help. So right now we see people standing up. But are any of those aldermen in Detroit standing up? The people that they voted for locally, when they saw what was happening? We just skip over the local people. We go right to somebody call Ben Crump. Somebody call Al Sharpton. They can't do it all. They can't do it all. And why are we only find advocates when it's time, when the funeral comes? What about when she needed help right then and there? Could she walk in her alderman office and say, hello, me and my children are homeless. We have nowhere to go right now, tonight. We have no money for gas. The car is going to run out of gas. Could she do that? Just asking. Three months of FaceTime and 3 of your kids, and you didn't know they were homeless? Yeah, Mayor Mike Duke, he is standing up. He did. Let's watch that, then we're out of here. But why do we have to shame people that need help? Why are people a bum? Why when people just... Why? Why you gotta be a bum if you need help? What if you had a bad day? What if you lost your job? What if you had a mental breakdown? Life is hard. What if you had loss in your family back to back to back? Like we've heard people come on a platform and say they lost 2 children. If I lost 2 children, I don't think I would exist. People who do exist, they are strong. Bless them. Because I would be a shell. They got to fight day to day. So what if something happened to them and it just set them back? Life happens. They got to be a bum. So this is why this lady slept in her car. Because of the judgment. Now she on the news. She's still getting judged. Okay. Let's see what Detroit is doing about this. And they keep saying the kids died because they were homeless. No. The kids froze to death. Okay? Froze to death. Hypothermia, right? Let's look at the full press conference. I love you guys sharing in the comments. This is interesting. But why did it have to come to this?
Hypothermia. So everything that I'm going to give you at this point is preliminary in nature as we continue with our investigation. So therefore, it could be subject to change, and I'll give further updates later. But the children were asleep in a car on the 9th floor of a casino parking structure, the Hollywood Casino. The mother realized that her 9-year-old son wasn't breathing. Also, previous to that, she had already called a friend, another, close relative, to help, because with the vehicle not running, trying to figure out whether it was a mechanical failure, it had ran out of gas. So they were already on site in another vehicle, attempting with gasoline to get the vehicle started. When the mother realized that her son wasn't breathing, she did make a 911 call, but the friend in a Buick immediately transported the 9-year-old, put him in the car and transported them to Children's Hospital. While en route to Children's Hospital, as they checked on the other children that were in the van, and it was a total of 5 children in the van, they realized at some point that the 2-year-old wasn't breathing. And so a telephone call was made to the friend that was transporting the 9-year-old at Children's Hospital to return so that the 2-year-old could be picked up. Once the vehicle returned, the Buick, we have videotape where we see the whole entire family get into the Buick, and they all were transported to Children's Hospital. With that, like I said, the call came in at 12:12 from the mother. It was very limited information that was given to our 911 call taker as to the location of where everything was happening. It was just at the casino, no description of the vehicle, etc. Our call taker continuously kept the line opening, trying to identify where in the description and what was going on. A 911 call taker called the mom back numerous times, and ultimately we received a call from the hospital that they had 2 children there who were deceased. Our officers responded to the hospital. The hospital had notified us at 12:47. Our officers, like I said, responded to the hospital, and from there we continued with the investigation, talked to the mother, and also talked to the grandmother, and they were able to give us the specific locations as to where the van actually was that was parked on the 9th floor at the Motor City Casino. And so we do know that on that day and time that the temperatures were below 32 degrees. And from all, talking to hospital staff, and of course, ultimately the medical examiner will determine the cause of death. But just on the surface right now, it appears that it was exposure to hypothermia. So at this point, I'll be around to answer additional questions, but I'll turn it over to the mayor. And at the end of the press conference, we'll answer questions. Thank you all.
Thanks, Chief. It's a terrible day in Detroit as we deal with the tragic loss of 2 young people, and it's got to make us rethink everything that we're doing. The heartbreaking part of this is that there were family shelter beds available just a few miles away from where the family pulled in to the Greektown structure, but brings home the point that having services available doesn't mean very much if the residents who need them don't know how to access them. I meet every 2 weeks with the police chief and all of the command staff to talk about what's going on. And last winter, the commanders were telling me that they were picking up unsheltered individuals in the evening and taking them to shelters and couldn't get them in, which made me very angry because I thought we had contracts that shelters did not turn people away. But we got our housing and redevelopment team together with the Detroit Police Department and dramatically changed things for this winter. We added 400 more shelter beds, going from 900 to 1,300 for this winter. And then we added another 110 drop-in beds. And drop-in beds are really important because while a shelter may be full, the drop-in center will take an individual any time of the evening and never turn anybody away. And 75 of those beds were family beds, exactly the type we needed here. And then we added a third piece. The angels of this city are our homeless outreach workers. What they are doing out in the cold and talking to our individuals about their problems every day is remarkable. But DPD complained that in the evening they did not have the access to the homeless outreach workers. And
Do you guys hear this? It was 75 family beds available. She called around, but nobody even referred her to this place that the mayor is speaking of. And like he's saying, what good is it if people don't have access to it? You walk in different places. Y'all ever get an attitude from somebody? So you walk in and say you need help, say you need something, and no one's compassionate. No one has. This is the Detroit Police Department saying, "Hey, we need help." Oh, we have Choose up here. I'm gonna bring Choose up so she could give us this. This is, I know this is emotional for her, but this be to talk about stuff like this be over emotional for me. Like when we get into stuff about especially Thornton Township, like the food boxes and help with lights, help people from getting evicted. Oh, y'all don't need that. Why y'all helping people? All right. Now we're here with this young lady. She called everywhere. She called for help. But you hear from the mayor. What's the use? If you can't get the access, no one referred her to a place that had 75 beds. Even the Detroit Police Department was pushed away. Let me bring up Choose Compassion. Hey, Choose, you live? Hey, Choose.
Oh, can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. How you doing this afternoon? Yeah, because I've been talking long enough.
No, I've been so highly emotional this entire live, and this piece touches me because it really hits home for me. When I lost my husband, I was working for the city and became homeless because it was a two-parent household, and to suddenly lose my spouse, to go from that and trying to maintain, it's little by little things that cause you to be homeless within a month, couple months time. And when I heard this mayor say that he didn't know that the shelters don't take people in like they, say they're supposed to at night, these street outreach workers are not, they're not available at night. This is very much my reality when I was homeless. It was so hard to get into a shelter. I was blessed working with the city to, do the hotel thing for a while, but it got to be too much. So you get referred, and it's night, and people are like, well, this shelter isn't open or that shelter isn't open. And what really touches me the most in this is when I did get into a shelter that was supposed to be, you can stay here for as long as needed. Of course, there were, things that you had to do, household chores, all this stuff. But I noticed that, some people were given a couple of weeks, some people were given a couple of months. It's, once it comes down to what actually goes on in these shelters, it is not what people think. We think our tax-paying dollars are going to make sure these things don't happen, but the reality of it is the people that have to go through this, like me, I've never thought that I would lose my husband. I never thought I would lose two children. And to be in that space and then looking for help, looking for help from your family, looking for help from the state, from shelters, all these places that in my tax paying and was still working. So let me make sure I state that, and was still working, taking the children to school, going to work, coming back, hoping I can get a hotel for that night. And it is, you think, yeah, you reach out to family, you reach out to friends. It is quite a thing when you have children. I had 4 children at the time. So it is quite a thing when you ask to sleep on someone's couch, but you are bringing 4 children. And for me, I don't like, I know that when people hear me speak now, and not on YouTube, I just mean in my own spaces, they can't comprehend that I couldn't get help because there was that added thing of, well, you were a widow. No one, no. When you're homeless, you're homeless. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that I was a widow versus some single parent that had a father out there. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter when you're homeless. It is what it is. And so I am composed enough to talk about my experience because when I heard this story, I totally understood. I happened to be homeless during the summer.
Yeah. And that I want to say thanks for sharing this and being so vulnerable with us. And telling us your story, because a lot of people shame you for sharing your story. And not to bring it up, but I feel like, I hope you don't get, I think I don't have to say this, me and you talk, but I heard someone announce over the airwaves that you had welfare. And how do you shame people like this? They announce over the airwaves, I have been evicted. How do you shame people like this instead of helping them?
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
I heard that as well. And the thing is, if I was currently now receiving welfare, I would not be ashamed of that. My circumstance now is I am not. But then also my personal circumstance is I was able to repay what was it? Let me think, because I know the actual number. Look that up before when you're talking, make sure you tell the whole story. I most certainly did receive welfare at one point, and I paid back the $18,193. I had to go check the document. Yes, I paid it back. Everyone doesn't get a chance to do that. Everyone is not blessed to do that. And so I don't say that with arrogance. I don't take that lightly because of the of my experiences, because of the things that I've been through. I take none of that lightly. I never put myself on a pedestal like, oh, well, I paid my welfare back. No, I was blessed to do that. I was blessed to do that. And I was blessed to be able to move on and continue day by day. But again, I just wanted to say, when you're homeless, none of that matters. None of that matters.
Mm-mm. And I want to say I'm blessed to have met you and saw how you help other people through your charity. Help them get food, help them get resources when they're down. Help even when Thornton Township was going through, you were there like to help others and look and research and figure out what we can do. So we thank you for that. Everything doesn't have to be like this poor lady. Now she's getting $50,000 donated to her GoFundMe, and getting $50,000 is not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money. At all. That would not make her survive. So now people are saying, like in the comments, making sense. Will they cut off her services? Will they cut off her welfare? $50,000. How far can she stretch it? Now everybody in the world knows that $50,000 minus whatever fees GoFundMe take will be going to this woman's pocket. How would that affect her life as well? It's so many things that you have to think about with this homelessness. Okay.
Yes,
I remember
indeed.
going to California and not being able to pay my gas bill and things of that nature because it's really expensive out there. And I had to go to but it's not called public aid there. It's called something else. But California has a large homeless population. And when I went there, they had a public aid office for single people, and they had a public aid office for people with kids. They actually had 2 different public aid offices. If you had children, you go to this building. If you didn't have children, you go to this building. They helped everyone. And I thought it was really interesting to see that we didn't have in Illinois. You could get hot food with your benefits. And if you were homeless, they'll give you enough money to stay in a hotel for at least 2 weeks. But what's 2 weeks? Like you're saying, if you go to a shelter, you can't bring all your belongings. People will go through that. I don't know if anybody's ever been in a shelter. People go through your belongings. You got to watch your children at night. It's all type of people in there. If you get a hotel and you still have to trust the cleaning crew coming in there all day looking at your stuff. And if you get a hotel and you have to pick up your children from school and you're homeless and you're single, 9 to 5 is the working hours with school hours, 8 to 2, something like that. You're screwed every way. So 2 weeks is not enough time to get yourself together, but it is a nice gesture.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you. We have, I've been actually to a couple of states that have that type of service where you have your children and family services, and then you have your single adult services. And those are all well and good. Even if you're not homeless, let's, talk about the welfare and, the SNAP benefits. I know that when I did receive, it wasn't even called SNAP back then. I think it was Link back then. Um, when I received that, they said this is supplemental. Even these food stamps here, to it's not supposed to cover a whole month of food for your family. It's only supposed to supplement. That's the name of the program. It's like the supplemental nutrition. You know what I'm saying? So, people get a lot of slack for food stamps, and I just wanted to insert that in there that, that's supplemental. It's not meant to cover, and that's where our food shelves come in. That's where these different services that if you're in a time of need, that's where these things come in, especially like the township in your city, the churches. People are set up different, but that's where the rest comes in for those that are in need.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm looking at Shauna. Shauna, we're so happy that you were able to get the situation. Shauna says she had a situation that took her through, and Gardis said something about apartments, and I want to talk about that with you, Choose. He said, when I was moving out my parents' house years ago, it took me more than 2 weeks to find my first apartment. And then he goes on to say, and that was during a time when it was easier to get an apartment compared to now. They want, what do they want now for an apartment? I always see it 3 months. 3 months, you have to earn 3 times the rent. Something like that. So let's take Tiffany Hinyard's house for rent. Is it, you guys put in the chat, is it 3 times the rent? I haven't had to look for apartment lately, thank the Lord. But so let's say Tiffany Hinyard's apartment, just throwing it out there, where Kamal was 2,400, where they were getting 2,400 times 3. You have to make 3 times, like to apply for things nowadays, you have to make 3 times the rent. And it's so hard because some people barely make $3,000 a month after taxes.
Where I think, it's also now renting is 3 times the rent. Some places are credit scores. It's literally like you're buying a house to rent now. You have to make this much money, you have to put this much money down. And that was part of the time when I was homeless. It was, okay, not only am I paying to stay in this hotel, I got to somehow try to save money to put towards this. Meanwhile, these places are getting snapped up until, you find it's so much more complicated than people really think, and I don't wish anyone to go through that. Shauna, amen to you. Amen to everyone who has gone through this, because yes, like Garda said, even moving out, it takes you more than 2 weeks to do that. It's a lot of times it takes you more than 30 days. And I've even seen shelters that, you can only stay here 30 days, period. It doesn't, that's what I'm saying. So when you're homeless, you're just homeless. You're a number in that bed, and they might have empty bed. You just never know. I was so sad to hear about this empty beds, and because it just it's so it's just a horrible situation. And now it is very much it's so much it's hard. Like you got your background checks. Back in the day, there wasn't no background checks.
Mhm.
You have to pass a background check or this or that. So it's so much harder to even get housing for people.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're getting and again, bless you, Shauna, bless you, Conscious. Like when I tell you it, it is so hard because you could miss one paycheck, have one tragedy. Some people work with their bodies. Think about I say hairdressers. I know I'm outdated, but hairdressers, barbers, stuff like that work with their body. Any other jobs you could think, construction or handyman that work with their body and make good money. One day they get sick. It's all over for their family
Pretty
if they don't
much.
have a big savings, And then
Construction workers too earlier.
Mhm.
That's a good thing, and my husband falls into this, well, my late husband falls into this, where, he was a construction worker. And we did have to make sure that we saved up more money during um, the summer months to have enough to get us through the winter months, just in case there was not an inside job or there was no construction going on.
Mhm.
So, it's so many different things that,
Mhm.
can make you homeless in a day, a week, a month, 2 months. Like I said, for me, it wasn't overnight. It was me noticing it was me with a sudden loss of income and then trying to do everything that I was doing before on that one income that slowly had me, and with the grief that just slowly had me slip into where I knew I couldn't, I couldn't do it. And I didn't want to be evicted. So, there
Mhm.
was that. So,
Mhm.
because once you're evicted, then it's hard to get back into another place now.
Mhm.
So it's just, it's like a whole domino effect.
Yeah. And it's so funny because I've seen things, where people watch. I remember going through an eviction, and it was so weird because family members heard I was going to be going back through an eviction, and you know what they did? They drove by to see if I would got evicted yet. They drove by to see. They was like, instead of saying, let me help her, she got a baby, let's see what's going on. They wanted to make sure so they could gossip and say, girl, I don't see her car in front of the crib anymore. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's crazy. So when I think about this poor woman who has 4 kids, or going back to you, I'm so sorry, choose. To be young, you don't expect someone to just pass away when you have kids and you're young out of nowhere, right? And then you have not only the expense of it's a lot of expenses that come with someone in your family passing away unexpectedly. You got to take time off work. You have to deal with family and friends coming in town. You got to deal with the funeral costs. Everything
Mhm.
costs. Everything costs. Even if you got insurance, you got to deal with stuff. Everything costs. And then you got to get right. And guess what? Guess who don't care? ComEd or the lights, the gas. They don't care that someone passed away or it's a tragedy. You still have to pay that hardship. You still have to go through it. They might care for a couple of months, but baby, you still gonna get cut off.
That is so absolutely true. I Yep, live that one. Yep, so true. The work. Let me see. What did I get? It was less than a week. I ended up having to, use time, my paid leave for just to have more days for my husband. So I didn't even it was like 3 days you get literally. And this is working for the city.
Mm-hmm.
Government, nice cushy government job, but you better do what you need to do in 3 days and figure it out. Like
Oh
what?
yeah.
And so, all of this is part of why I do the things that I do now. It's why, my nonprofit is 501c3. However, we don't have any paid staff. We don't do that because this is when you have a nonprofit, one thing that I understand it, this is something that I don't own. This is something that I wish to go on beyond me. So how do I want that to look? I want it to look like people choosing compassion forever, even while after I'm gone. I want it to be all volunteer after I'm gone. I want this to keep on helping those people that you don't see. I don't, you don't see me advertising. Oh, you know what? I have a nonprofit. Up, donate to me. I don't do that. It's going to come where it comes. And I'm going to help people as I can that may not be in the spotlight. You know what I mean? Because that's what this is about. It's about helping, like with your heart. And that's not to, dig at anyone who, have staff, because that is very much needed. I just choose to run this in this manner because you don't own a nonprofit. You don't own it. You can, so that's another thing with people and titles and all this stuff. None of that. And maybe it's my life experiences that made me really not care about titles. It made me look at what the minority is saying versus the majority. Maybe it's that, but I certainly want to be able to give to the next person without worrying about, even, for example, I don't even want to worry about the government. Even though I am a 501c3 nonprofit, even though I can get government grants, and there are certain, things that I'll do that are project based, such as, we'll have some type of celebration or something like that. But I don't depend on government grants, because then I have to, do this and do that and do that. But do I still have to report to the state's attorney, the attorney general? I still have to report to all these people. And being a 501c3, I have to report to the federal government. So, and that's how I want this to remain beyond my lifetime. This is what I want to leave when I'm no longer here. I don't want people to be saying, oh, my name. I want people, when you say choose compassion, or you see I want that to exist beyond my life. So let me stop, because I'm about to cry. Because
No, I think that's great. I didn't mean to put too much on you, but I think that's great you're sharing that with us. You guys, this is important when we ask who's there to help us. And we might have local charities out there to help us and stuff like that. We might have local charities out there to help us. So this is very important. Let me just say, Choose, did you want to come on screen? Because you came on screen. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to bring her on up. Okay, there you are. So you said you wanted to come on screen. Don't make me come on screen too, boo. You said what happened? We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Hi.
Okay, but now we can hear you. Okay, you said hello. Wait, now you're gone again.
Look, this is me in all my glory.
You're gorgeous in all your glory. You're gorgeous in all your glory. I'm gonna come on YouTube more with my face as well. And thank you, Choose. We love you. We really do. And it was so funny because I always go back to the Dalton thing, because that's how I came across Choose Compassion. Even though we went to the same school, alma mater, and things of that nature, like go Falcons. we didn't know each other, and we probably passed each other. I saw like a childhood picture of Choose, and I saw her picture and said, I know this girl from a kid. I remember passing by her. We didn't live far from each other. And it's so interesting that we both, when I met Choose Compassion, she was for giving the trustees their flowers, like for real. So just to see that we all are communicating here, and I'm only talking Choose because I can't hear you because your mic is muted. And Cynthia said you're beautiful inside and out. We love you, Cynthia. We love you, Choose. You said, "Wow, I don't care." When we found each other, she was trying to advocate and help for someone else, and it was denied. Long story short. And she just started looking into everything in the background in Dalton. And just like a lot of YouTubers say, they get emails. Believe me, I get tons of emails daily. I get tons of people that reach out and ask for help any way I can. And I try to help in the background. When y'all saw me, all I could do was give out water and candy. I didn't know what to do. I'm not an advocate, or I don't have a, charity, but I didn't know what to do. So I want to just say thank you, Choose, for being there for us and here in Dalton.
Uh-oh, can you hear me?
Oh, we hear you now. Yep.
I don't know if that's, having an effect on my internet today. But that's why I'm in my cozy little, you know, um, robe with my hair all over my head. But thank you. I did reach out initially, because there was a cause that was similar to mine, which I disclosed, and somehow I, got in. I don't know. My name just got mentioned a couple too many times that made me want to look deeper. And so I just want to say that's the issue with people that don't focus on what they say they're there to do, because that none of the talk or anything, it doesn't affect me. I lost a husband, I lost 2 children, I lost my mother, I lost my godson, all in the span of less than 10 years. And I can name more people, my mother's sister. Like, so when people talk about me or what, that's childish. Get the work done. And so what I'm happy to do is notice that every time that my name is mentioned, I'll mention the work, and then I will see people act a little bit more accordingly. So I do appreciate that. And thank you for having me. Again, Dalton is my hometown. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still have people there. If I didn't have some type of interest in Dalton, I think I would have pulled back a little bit more. So if that makes sense. I know that makes sense to you, Bergs.
Yeah, it does. It's hard to be here and not be in the popular majority, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with if I walk somewhere, long as you don't touch me, I don't care. You touch me, it's a problem. But when I'm walking into the board meetings, and y'all saw plenty of meetings where I'm being disrespected, or they got the jaws out because they mad at me, and it's like, it's okay, because we all can't agree. We have to, I would love it if we did. Dalton wouldn't be in this place. But we have to look and help the people and help some of the underdogs that are under attack. So back to the homelessness, back to the food boxes. Do you guys know these services were cut off from the township? Kids could not get toys, and y'all like, oh, the kids didn't need toys. But this was one of the things that the township offered. People who might have need. Oh, go ahead.
Just agreeing with you. I was saying, yep. I'm sorry. I was just like,
No, you're good. Yeah, look at and now we're getting shamed because we looking for that little rebate that Tiffany want to give us. We need it. You might not need it, but we need it. $45 might fill my tank up for the week.
Absolutely. And this is part of what just part of what I don't understand, because these are the things that I look at more so than what's going on in anybody's lives. Because somebody says a property tax refund, I'm not, I heard everything, and it sounds similar to what we receive here, which is a property tax refund. And it's not your normal, what. So I actually understand what she's doing. It's not her. It's just something for the residents. And so for the whole outside world, that's the part that irritates me, because I know that my family who resides where they reside, they looking for they $5, $2, $1. They want that. They need that.
Oh yeah. And I just want to add, and I hate to have to keep bring up Frank Zuccarelli in this, but he's a vital, it's very important to bring his name up. But this was something that we had for years that we look forward to. Now, this is the property tax refund from 2020. And this is Frank M. Zuccarelli, our Thornton Township supervisor. He says, I am pleased to announce that for the 9th time since I was elected township supervisor, Thornton Township finds itself in a financial position to refund homeowners and other owners of apartment buildings of 6 units or less a portion of the property taxes paid to the township. The average refund check won't be large, amount to around $55. Sorry, guys, $55. But it's your money. And if we don't need it, you should get it back, period. That's what we're doing, sending back to the homeowners a portion of their money we didn't use and don't need. Now, this is in 2020, guys. I'm proud that we have refunded more than $4 million to homeowners over the last 10 years, while maintaining a high level of critical services to families, especially during this most unusual year. So again, while the refund won't be large enough to fund a trip to the islands, maybe Blue Island, now that's funny, maybe Stony Island, right? It's better off back in your pocket. So when you get the application in the mail, fill it out and send it in. Why are they stopping that now? This is something that has been in the township forever. Why is it being stopped now?
Strange, isn't it? It's very, very strange.
It's very strange indeed. Now it's not okay. Now it's just your little money. But this was something that has been going on forever. As long as the township had a little surplus and they didn't use your money. So Zuccarelli himself, former supervisor, is saying, hey, it's a tax refund. Now they're not approving it. Now it's on the agenda. It's not approved. What's the difference?
Yeah, I never understood any of that. I never understood the property tax. I never understood the insurance. I never understood why all of that is a problem now.
Very much so, Choose. And I think that's why we always go back to the history. And I thank you for sharing some of the history. We go back to that history, okay, where things just aren't right. Now it's not okay. So I always tell y'all, check on us in a year. If the new township supervisor name come on, I've been asking for that. You know what? As a matter of fact, I got something today. I've been asking for that ordinance forever. I'm going to make a call. I want the image ordinance. Has anyone been able to email the image ordinance? What is the date? How long will the image ordinance be into effect? When did it go into effect? I really am asking. What is going on with this image ordinance? And I have FOIA'd it and I can't get an answer. So here's the tax refund. You see, this is what Zuccarelli had going on. And he says, this is the 9th time. So now Tiffany is doing it. Yes, she advertising it different, like the $1 million return, $2 million giveaway. She's definitely advertising and putting more flair on it than it needs to be. But this is the same thing that has been happening for years.
In my opinion, I think that, hi, Mike Rule. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just now seeing the comments. Hi, everybody. Somebody, if you do donate, I'm sorry. I just wanted everyone to know that I am a 501c3 and all donations are tax deductible. So you get those back too. I didn't want you to think that I'm just some old regular schmegular person trying to get your money. You can get a receipt from me. But what I was going to say was, with Tiffany, the way that she does it, I think it might be too much for us older people. And when I consider the alternative of how much I did not know about Thornton Township when Frank was there, that's what makes me look at all this a little bit differently. Do I want someone who is so quiet that I don't even know these services exist? Or do I want
Mm.
someone that's making it exciting so that at the very least it gets my attention? And that we cannot take away. Whether we love the presentation or hate it, it was an attention grabber.
I agree. I think a lot is just like Frank would just put a flyer out. We didn't know anything but other than a taste of Thornton Township, and it never came to Dalton. I didn't know about. I knew about the food pantry, but I thought it was in Harvey. I didn't know about the food boxes. I didn't know I could go up there and get help with my lights. It wasn't out there like it is now for that Tiffany Henyard is doing. I agree.
At all. I know I didn't look, and since we want to talk about my scandalous time of when I received welfare and then paid it back, let's talk about my really scandalous time in Dalton as a kid when I didn't know, or our family didn't know, the township existed, and we stole food. Like, so there's a scandal for you. Like, we got caught, which is why I can tell this story. But we one time we were really, really, like, there was no food stamps because my mother, she was, at that point in time, she was just above. And then that's another thing that doesn't help too. Sometimes you're just above the poverty line. So you're still trying to make it, but then they take away this or they take away that. So yeah, we had to go on up in the store and try to get us some food. Rest in peace, bless my mother's heart. We had to do what we had to do, and we got caught. So there's a scandal right there. We tried to steal food because we were very hungry, did not know that food boxes existed. We did not know Frank was giving away food boxes.
Yeah. And that goes back to the young lady in Detroit, and bless you and bless your mother, because hunger pains are a real thing. If you haven't had a hunger, I'm not talking about you hungry and you don't know what you want to eat and you don't like what's in the refrigerator. That's not, you ever hear that? Choose people like, I'm hungry. Well, I don't have a taste for that. Not that kind of hunger. Hunger pains.
You do. Hunger pains will make you do some wild things for real. And the difference between us going to steal and getting caught and knowing that there was a food box was a matter of maybe a 10-minute walk in the other direction, had we known.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about it. 30 years ago, Frank was supervisor 30 years ago, 29, 30 years ago. We were still young.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't ever remember anything in Dalton as far as from Frank Zuccarelli. I can remember the residents coming together, and I remember, people would come to Dalton like, well, we always have our links through Chicago, family everywhere. So I do remember residents coming together and doing things outside themselves. And, people would come to Dalton from Chicago and my family. And it would just be kind of like, and I don't think it was like a specific block party. It was just stuff that we would do. And that had nothing to do with Frank Zuccarelli. We never had anything like that.
Oh yeah. It's so weird because I don't think that the mayors had anything. Now I could share my story. You know how I got a job in Dalton, you guys. I didn't have a job. I had a baby, and I wrote a letter, and I found out where the mayor lived. I really didn't know where the mayor lived, and he lived on Blackstone. And I was out here about not going to make it. I put my resume, I put a letter in the mayor's mailbox with my phone number. I'm sorry, I put it in the door. And his wife at the time, or I don't know if they were married, but we called it his wife. But Miss Green, who's the mother of Melanie from Melanie Fitness Center. So shout out to Miss Green. She went, and Melanie, may she rest in peace. She saw me walk away and she said, "What do you want?" And I said, "Could you please give this to the mayor?" And then the next day, Bill Shaw didn't know me. I had my resume in there. I had my what do you call it when you get their report? I'm so sorry. Gardis, help me out, because I got my degree in psychology. I had my transcripts, my college transcripts in there from Robert Morris. From Robert Morris. I had my transcripts in there. I had my my resume in there, and I had my name, and I told them I belong to this church. My parents grew here. I grew here. And the next day, Mayor Shaw said, he called my phone. He said, "Yeah." And my mom, she's like, "Oh my God, I think it's the mayor on the phone," because he called the house phone, because back then I didn't have a cell phone. So he called the house phone. He said, "Yeah, come on down here and get you a job." Now, let me tell you what happened, how I got to Mayor Shaw House. I went to the Village Hall. And at the Village Hall, if you guys ever been to Village Hall back in the day, we had like this police officer that was 100 years old. And I went there every day to give my resume. And every Black woman at that Village Hall, it was, whether it was a police officer sitting there, whether it was his secretary coming from behind the door, I asked for housing. I asked for help with housing. I asked for help with food. They all turned me away. One day I go there and it's a young police officer. She's Black. And she said, "I'm going to tell you where Mayor Shaw lived. Go here and drop your resume there." She wasn't playing. I went there. He called me the next day for a job. And it took me. Now, it wasn't that my parents were just so evil or anything, but two grown people with two grown women, and I got a baby and all that stuff. We couldn't live in the same house. I had a curfew and had a whole child. So I had to get out there on my own. And I will always thank Mayor Shaw for giving me that opportunity. And he gave me a job. I went and put my application in. He checked my ID, did a check, and I had a job the next week.
Wow, that is wow. Now that's an inspiring story about self-advocacy. Wow.
Yeah, and I didn't have it. I didn't have it at first. And it was so funny because 20 years later, I go right to Village Hall and I asked to speak to somebody. And guess who comes down the stairs? Tiffany Hinyard from the housing department. She comes down. I said, "Yeah, I have somebody that has a resume. They want to turn in." She took it and went right back upstairs. I guess she was in charge. They called Tiffany Hinyard down. I don't know if she was in charge of personnel. I don't know what happened, but that was that. So it was 20 years later that I had to go back to that Village Hall, and that was old Village Hall, and it still was a police officer standing guard. I don't think they have that today, but it was a guard at the police office at the Village Hall 24/7 when the mayor was in the office back then. And at that time, I think Riley was the mayor. So yeah, it was interesting, but I didn't have the self-advocacy because a lot of the women that came from behind those doors, they shamed me. If I wouldn't have ran into that one police officer that day, I would have never known where Mayor Shaw lived, and I would have never known I could go there for help. And no, Zuccarelli didn't tell us that. I never went to the township, and I could have used those services. Believe me, I could have got a food box. Okay, is that why they say Tiff gave you? Well, Tiff can't give me a house, and I don't live here. I live on Skid Row.
Oh no.
How do y'all even come up with these stories? It be cracking me up, Winky. But yeah, I appreciate you, Choose. Thanks for telling us, and thanks for giving us. I know it's bold of you. And y'all please subscribe to Choose Compassion. Because it's bold of you to share these stories, and nobody even cares to hear another side. They don't care to hear another side at all. And I appreciate you for at least giving us that side, because I knew nothing about that July 2021 warrant list. That blew my mind. I knew nothing about Tiffany's PR apology, I didn't know anything about this.
Thank you. I mean, I did this. Well, and see, here's the thing, and I guess we're almost at the finish line. So, I do not mind what the views are on YouTube, because again, my family is there. So anytime I drop a video, I'm gonna send it to my family first, because the people that gotta vote are the ones that need to know. It goes on YouTube after. So if it's 22 views, if it's 2 views, okay, I hope I educated somebody, but please know that it goes out as not YouTube, just in its raw form before it gets posted on YouTube. Because that's, I mean, why the sensation? And the reason for me is because I noticed with my YouTube, when I first started covering the story, it was like, oh, 10,000 views. Now, as I started to ask questions, that went down. Now, if I say something disparaging with her name in it, I'll get views. And it was at that time, probably 9 or 10 months ago now, that I said, you know what? This is not for YouTube. This is for my family, and then everybody else can see it later. So there's that. And there are a lot of people that, just like there are 10 loud people, there are a lot of quiet people. And I'm not going to be any more long-winded. I appreciate you, Burgundy. It is just it's such a blessing, out of all of this horrible, this just totally icky story. There is a rainbow in here. And I am proud to have figured out that, we've been right there. I just been 2 years ahead of you is all. So we've been there. We talk about the places, the thing. I really appreciate your heart. I remember first coming across you, and I'm gonna be quiet after this, but I remember first coming across you and not on your channel. I don't think it was, just watching some meeting, or I don't know which meeting it was, but it was a meeting, and there was this beautiful young lady that was like, "Do you want water?" And it was like you could barely hear her, and there was like water, and I'm like, "Oh, she must work there." And so that was just, for me, that was such a touching moment to realize that this nice lady doesn't work there. She's really just doing this from her heart. Like, she's trying to make sure people not thirsty out here in this hot weather and all that. So I appreciate you, Burgundy. I appreciate the space you provide. I appreciate the people that I have met and come to know and made connections with on this channel. I just, you know what? Here's where I'm gonna end my little soapbox. I feel so valued and connected there.
Oh my goodness, I'm cracking up. Yes, you connected in value. We are. We love you, Choose. Thank you. That is such kind words. And thank you, Gardis. Thank you. We lost Choose. Gardis says, I have so much respect for you, Choose, now that I've heard your struggle. And Don sends the blue hearts. And yeah, Winky, I have that a lot. Sometimes I have views and they'll go all the way down. Like the next day I'll have 80 views. And then if I'm talking, it'll go down to like 70 views. It's weird. I don't know. Not worried about it as long as it reaches the people. And also I want to share, y'all, we got these big shout out to Choose Go Passion. Please subscribe to her channel. I have it in the chat. Connected and valued. We are. You know how that got us in trouble. Shout out to Late Night Crew. Guys, have we ever been this long-winded? I think I appreciate you because this was an emotional chat for me. I did this chat without coffee, and I wish we would stop shaming each other, stop bashing each other, and really help neighbors. Help your neighbor. This poor woman in Detroit. People knew she was homeless. I'm sure people knew she was sleeping in that van. They didn't care. Look out for one another. I'll have another live later, but I want to talk about these signs in Dalton. Y'all, we got the campaigning signs are insane. Now all of a sudden Tiffany and Jason got these mega signs out here, like billboards. I did a ride along. I'll share it later. Right across from each other's houses. So if Tiffany got one big sign, Jason got a big sign. If Jason got a big sign, Tiffany got a sign on stilts. It's insane. I cannot wait for this election to come and go. You can't go to the local library without 20 firefighters, 10 campaign officials, all on top of you for you to even walk in the doors. Vote early. I think absentee ballots are out now. Vote early. If you feel intimidated, you can call the Cook County Clerk's office for sure. I'll leave that in the description box. If you feel intimidated, you can call the election board for sure. And I'm not calling out any names. Just be 90 feet away from the polling place. Okay. All right, you guys. I love all of y'all. Y'all make sure you take care of yourself and each other. Those Winky, I've never seen nothing like it. I've never seen nothing like it. Like, I don't know if I was blind to the previous campaigns because I was around, but I've never seen nothing like. We got a electric bus going around with Clean House. We got billboards. We got signage. It's crazy. I mean, on both sides. Tiffany got a billboard. Jason got a billboard. Tiffany got a big old sign. Jason got a big old sign. It's like doing the butt around here. Yay. Okay. They all got it. Sign wars. Okay. It's crazy. Like, save the trees. We love Choose more than Diddy loves baby oil. Somebody get Chavis after that. We gotta watch Chavis. You are so funny. So let's end this here. This was just an emotional live, and I just wanted to get a lot of things off my chest when I was watching that. Y'all pray for these people in Detroit. Y'all pray for these people in Thornton Township. You know, a lot of people need help. It's not just because you okay, don't mean other people's are.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just asking.
Take care of yourself and each other. Bye, you guys.
Commentary blue, commentary, burgundy, commentary, comment blue, commentary, comment burgundy blue, commentary blue, commentary.